Okay, welcome everybody to the July 16th Board of Directors meeting. Let's go ahead and start with a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of
America
America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. So we're going to move, well, actually, before we move on to the agenda, I would like to take a moment as board chair to say thank you to my fellow director from District 1. Can we bring Holly up as a panelist? Just in case she wants to say anything.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hey.
Hi, Holly.
Holly's joining us virtually today, so we can recognize and thank her for her service. Chris is going to be delivering a small token of our appreciation to her and taking her out to lunch in Pagosa later this month. Holly has been instrumental in getting LPEA to where it is today. She brought a persistent focus on what's possible, while always making sure to honor and appreciate the heart of our organization, which is our staff. From organizing breakfast burritos and homemade desserts to showing appreciation for our linemen, providing thoughtful reports that kept this board informed on state level developments, and through her dedicated leadership from 2019 to 2025, Holly has made a lasting impact on LPEA. Holly, we thank you for your service and the contributions you've made to shape the bright future ahead for LPEA.
Yay!
Yeah, sincerely, thank you for that. So the opportunity to serve this membership and communities on this board has been such a deep honor and privilege for me. I do appreciate all the things that I learned from the La Plata Electric staff who are dedicated to excellence, bar none. The support I receive from my fellow board members will be something that I'm eternally grateful for. On a personal note, I loved learning new stuff and being able to participate in things like the Gettysburg experience. That expanded my horizons in ways I could never have imagined. So I pledge to take everything that I have engaged in and learned to continue to support and serve our communities. I look forward to witnessing La Plata Electric's path to becoming the utility of the future. And please know I am always cheering you on. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly, for that. And I don't know if you guys showed the plaque that we made her, but yeah, if you want to maybe hold that up to the screen.
All right.
Doesn't do it justice, but
doesn't quite do it justice. Yeah. We've got Holly. I'm looking forward to seeing you at the end of the month. I'll have the plaque, and I also have a special Colorado flag for you as well. So thank you for your dedication and service.
I appreciate it. Hey, you guys, keep doing the good work. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Holly.
Thanks, Holly.
So I'd also like to take this opportunity before we get into the agenda to just make a few comments about some things I want to try out. First, in keeping with my predecessor, Ted's strong commitment to safety, I'd like to continue opening with a safety moment, but I'm proposing a small tweak. So moving forward, I'd like this to be presented by staff. I think this will give us a valuable opportunity to hear directly from the people who live and breathe safety every day, and also gain real-time insight into what's most relevant here at LPEA. And then following that, I've asked Kirsten to share a short 2-minute board education moment. This is designed as a way to help us set the tone for the meeting, while also reinforcing our fiduciary responsibilities as a board. And if you're not entirely sure what that means, stay tuned. Not for this one, but later. So neither of these agendas are open for question or discussion. I see them taking less than 5 minutes, and it's more like a warm-up or a stretching exercise before a workout, helping us transition into the important work ahead, focused and aligned. So if Chris, you want to go ahead and start with the safety meeting?
Or
please.
do we have, I don't think we've approved the agenda yet.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I'll accept a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved, Mike Kohler.
Okay, do we have a second? Any amendments to the agenda? Go ahead, Rachel.
Yeah, could I add that we have a quick debrief of the facts executive session within our executive session? So the oh gosh, a fast track and then also tri-state rate discussion.
Okay, so we're asking to amend the executive session agenda to add an update of what occurred during executive session at the FAC. Do we have any objections to that? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so the agenda has been amended, and now I'd like to move forward to the safety moment.
All right, terrific. And yeah, really appreciate this chance to highlight our safety work with our incredible staff. And I'm going to ask Jerry to share a safety moment with us this morning.
There it is. Morning, everybody.
Morning, Jerry.
Set your emergency brakes. You never know when you might have a mechanical failure in your vehicles. We had an incident recently where there was a mechanical failure within the transmission and the transfer case of a vehicle. And the emergency brake was not set, and they were relying on the transmission to hold the vehicle, and it caused it to roll. So just be safe out there. Pay attention to these small things because they can turn into really big things.
Okay, thank you very much, Jerry. And now we will go on to Kirsten for a board education moment.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. Yeah, last February, this most recent February, we had that onboarding session with the board and the CEO, and we agreed on some priorities. We also discussed ways to improve our board meetings. So for the new board members and for those of us like me who always need reminders, I wanted to revisit the practice effective communication skills portion. So we talked about it as a way to create mutual meaning, specifically by being clear and concise in what we are asking for and what we are stating, and also by validating and acknowledging the last speaker to reflect back what you thought you heard and to confirm correct understanding. So with those in mind, let's have a great meeting. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kirsten. And now we will move into the member comments and concerns. Go ahead, Graham.
Thank you. The board encourages comments about the cooperative from its members. The board will take all member comments under consideration, but will not necessarily provide a response during the member comment period. The board asks that each participant's comments pertain to cooperative business. Those wanting to address the board during the public comment period are granted 5 minutes to address their topics. Lengthy comments to the board should be submitted in writing. Formal complaints must be filed in writing and submitted in compliance with applicable board policy. Comments from the public will be directed at the entire board, not at any individual. No personal attacks will be allowed. Failure to follow these requirements may cause the public comment period to be terminated. Copies of our cooperative policies and procedures on public comment and filing complaints are available on the cooperative website.
So then do I call on, okay, I'll call on people who have their hands raised.
Yep.
Okay. I see Dave Peters. Can we make Dave a panelist, please?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, Mr. Peters.
Yeah, I'm a LPEA member in Durango District 3. It's clear that LPEA's financial spending is heading in an unsustainable direction. In reviewing LPEA financial reports that were requested earlier this year, I note operations and maintenance expenses increased by 14% between 2023 and 2024. In comparison, the La Plata County government expenses grew by 6.5%. La Plata County government financial spending is regulated by state statutes. LPEA does not have the same spending constraint and is primarily governed by the LPEA board. That probably explains the big difference in spending. I also compared the 2023 IRS 990 filings of LPEA and also Poudre Valley Co-op. I note the functional expenses, excluding power purchases, are 16% lower for Poudre than LPEA. Yet Poudre Valley's size is about 20% higher than LPEA. Their salaries and wages are over $2 million lower than LPEA. I could go on, but that's enough to make a point here. The current expense trend, future buyout debt, buying Tri-State's infrastructure, in building and operating new power generation will result in a cash flow problem going forward. Indeed, it won't be too long before half of my power bill is to cover LPEA internal expenses. That's pretty shocking and more than wipes out any savings from switching power providers. LPEA needs some directors and managers who have either owned or run a mid-sized company and understand that you must control both expenses and expansion plans to stay in business. I urge the board and staff to start looking closely at the LPEA financials and identify areas where costs can be reduced. To cover LPEA's future cash flow issues will mean several large rate increases if you don't scale back. Of course, future large rate increases will have a material negative effect on both of our counties, La Plata and Archuleta, business owners, and members who struggle to pay their monthly expenses. So it's really urge you and ask that you start looking at your spending going forward. This is really important. And it's also time to restart being transparent with the financials. Why don't you publish the financials monthly on your website, just like La Plata County government and the city of Durango does? Members should not have to formally request financials from LPEA or go to outdated 990 filings. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. We will hear from Ellen Schmidt next.
Good morning. Can you
Good
hear me?
morning. We can.
My name is Ellen Schmidt, and I'm a resident of Archuleta County and a rate-paying member in District 1, and we've lived here for 29 years. First, I want to thank the directors for your time and service. I know this is not an easy job, and I appreciate your willingness to serve our community. That said, I'm here today to express my growing concern about the direction of our co-op and the sense that members like me are losing our voice in the decisions that affect our bills and our energy future. LPEA was once a model of local control and member-driven leadership. But in recent years, it feels like the board is moving forward with major projects like the Mercuria contract and a new round of power procurement without giving members the transparency and input we deserve. I want to be clear, I support a smart, reliable energy strategy, but these new projects come with a significant cost, and I have yet to see a full financial breakdown. How much will this cost? Where will the money come from? And how will this impact our monthly bills? We're being asked to trust the process, but without real numbers, that's hard to do. So today, I am respectfully asking this board to provide the following: a clear public financial summary of all proposed energy projects, including total estimated costs, funding resources or funding sources, rate impacts, and contingency plans. This information should be available to all the members before any further contracts are signed or commitments are made. If we're truly a cooperative, then transparency isn't optional, it's essential. Thank you again for your time and your service to the membership.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. And now we will move to Dale Ruggles. You are on. Yep.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Dale Ruggles, been a member for a really long time, since '91. I'm just I've been kind of surprised at how much we've changed our service by putting in LED bulbs and doing everything. And so I sat down and grabbed a power bill from 2019. And then one from April of this year. And they were pretty close, within a few kilowatt hours. And after making the adjustment, my April of 25 bill was $141, and my June of 19 bill was $116. So when I divided that out, I realized that that's a 17% increase in costs over 6 years. On the surface, that ain't bad. But then I started thinking, well, I went to your board meeting earlier this year, your annual meeting, where I believe I seen a chart that showed 70 or plus % of your costs are for your power. And we know the power cost hasn't went up much, if any, especially between, we haven't got the latest one in this April bill. So I started doing some math, and that math translates out to almost 60% increase in your administrative costs or your overhead costs. So I'm wondering, what are you guys thinking that you can continue to buffalo all of us members that you didn't raise your rates? Yeah, you haven't, or they're stayed pretty close. You had a recent one, but you're adding all these fees like a typical politician does to try to get around Tabor. So that 17% is applied to the 30%. So that's about a 60% cost increase in overhead costs. So what are you guys going to do? I mean, I mean, it went like that other lady said, and Dave, your costs are spiraling out of control. And I don't know if you don't see it or you don't take a look back and look at and where all your costs are going. That a little bit each year doesn't seem like much, but when you look at that that 60% or so increase in overhead costs, then you combine that with all the debt you've accumulated, you're way overspending our money. And so, and then I hear that you guys are talking about joining the Southwest Power Pool. Now, I haven't heard that from you directly, but I've heard members make that statement. Well, I hate to tell you, but Tri-State is greener power than Southwest Power Pool. So you're taking a backward step. And I urge the board to slow down and rethink. And let's be transparent here. I don't mind paying an increase in bill if we're going to get something for it. But I don't think, it doesn't seem like we're getting anything. So I like what the lady said, be transparent, show us a plan, show us what our future looks like with the Plata Electric, not this all behind closed doors stuff, making decisions when it's our cooperative. We're your boss. You just had as one of your members said, a terrible election. Well, you're going to have a bunch more of those if this keeps up. And then I want to make one quick comment on, I think it was Graham Smith's opening statement there about not attacking people.
About 30 seconds left.
All right, you had board members and your CEO, or Chris Hansen, I do believe it was, in the newspaper attacking people. So I think you need to look within and ask your board members to eliminate that same thing, not just us speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruggles. Now we have Gary Kuka or Jer. Go ahead.
Yes, if you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Thank you so much. I'm Jerry Kuka. I've been a member of the co-op for 12 years or so up in North La Plata County. I do want to also thank the board members for your time and efforts. It is a thankless job. And I also want to thank the people on this board here today that are paying attention. I would like to talk about, in general, and maybe more specifically, transparency and lack thereof. We talked about it here quite a bit. And this is a co-op, and I don't know if there's any specific bylaws or whatever that allow you to not be transparent. So I'm assuming that you should be. And I'm a little bit concerned about or would like more information about the LPEA's annual donation to nonprofit groups, either in a direct form or indirect form. This is basically funded by the Roundup Foundation. And from what I gather, $185,000 was dispersed. And I think that's great, but we do not have a list, a detailed list of who and where these funds went. And I'm specifically interested to know if they went to advocacy groups such as the San Juan Citizens Alliance. We don't have that information, but I'm asking for a complete list. Where did this money go? We know that the San Juan Citizens Alliance group has made $12,906 of in-kind contributions to board members, I might say preferred ones, current ones. I don't really want to list out who they are. But if you are contributing to that group or any other nonprofit advocacy group, I think, and they're in turn returning in-kind contributions to you, is not a good look. And I'd like that list in the general context of transparency. So that's seems to be a central theme, and you might want to consider it. And I thank the board members that are paying attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kuka. Now let's move to Deborah Scheisler.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Schisler. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I've been a member since 1991, long time. I'd like to thank the board for listening to members and for making some in-person LPA meetings a reality. Since people were very concerned about transparency and communication, I had hopes that this decision would improve communication and build some trust between members and the board. I attended the virtual meeting this past January, and I found the analysis done by Sagebrush on the fall focus group and their candidness on how LPA could improve future focus groups very valuable. Their concerns about lack of details on the transition and more transparency matched that of mine. Board members openly discussed their concerns. Joe was disappointed in the number involved in the survey, 10% of 1% out of 40,000 members. That people lack trust in LPA and they're concerned that their input in focus groups wouldn't matter. Rachel stated the survey must be statistically valid, the need for members to be heard, and the importance of closing the loop on communication. Tim asked for more member involvement sooner than later. He stated a written plan was a good framework, but stressed the need for more board participation and dialogue with members. And I quote, "There is a lot of opportunity. This is not enough." Kohler and Rachel mentioned the missed opportunity by not engaging the focus groups before the buyout. Board members' words appeared sincere and motivated to improve communication. I was encouraged. Fast forward to mid-July 2025. Where are we? To my knowledge, no focus groups have been selected. No surveys have been completed. Has a 3-minute video been improved by adding more details on the transition as suggested? No, not to my knowledge. The only in-person communication that I am aware of is the Coffees with Chris. Coffee with Chris as your sole mode of communication is not sufficient. All details aren't being covered. We want focus groups and town halls. Members still don't fully understand what this buyout will actually mean to them. Among the key factors for the board to implement throughout the transition was to make members aware of transition terms used. I don't see this being executed. I'm confused. Is it contract termination? Is it exit of tri-state? Is it a debt swap? This is confusing to members. We need better communication, and you continue to stonewall us. We need experts in specific areas to explain in detail the buyout, our relationship with Mercuria, the contract you want to enter with Southwest Power Pool. We need to know if there should have been a membership vote on the sale of Fast Track. We were told, quote, it's confidential. One member requested financial info 3 months ago. Only a portion of his request has been fulfilled because the board would need to, quote, approve the remainder. Why do we even have to put in a request for financial information? Why isn't this information published, making it accessible to all members? After all, we are a member-owned co-op, not a corporation. We need consistent, accurate communication from our LPEA board. 7 out of 10 of the people that I spoke with do not receive LPEA emails. Do we need to revisit a hard copy form of communication? Call me old school, but I miss the hard copy newsletter. In talking with other members, many agree. To many members, it represented communication, transparency, and accountability. Was there member input on this decision that cut us off from news on other co-ops, those around the state? We need a written form of communication that all members
30
receive,
seconds.
be it email or hard copy newsletter. I agree with Tim. A written plan is good framework, but it doesn't get the job done. Transparency and communication are a vital part of the success for any plan. Our LPEA board can do better for us members. Thank you, and thank you for your service and your time.
Thank you, Ms. Schisler. And we've got, I see one more hand, Emily Frogen.
Hi, can you hear me?
We hear
Great.
you.
Hi, my name's Emily Frogen. I live in District 3. And first, I really want to thank LPEA for its recent deal to secure hydropower. Lower my hand, sorry. Secure hydropower from the Vallecito Dam. I was really excited to read that that can support 2,500 homes. And I think members for years have been pushing for local renewable power. And so I think that this is a great example of that. And you all listening to the membership and following through with this. It also supports jobs and local economic development here in our community. So just really great work for all of those who worked on that. I'm really, really excited about that. And then I just also wanted to add to the comments on transparency. I think that the coffee with Chris have been great, and maybe LPEA may need to increase or host some informative workshop on either its websites or its online communication, because it seems like, energy and economics are confusing topics, but many of the answers to questions here were easily found on your website, like all the roundup information spending and how our bills have gone up through pass-through rates from Tri-State over the last couple of years, and we're still paying Tri-State's rates today until we are out next spring. And so while the website's great, I do think website's great and informative and might be confusing to members. So some sort of way to help pass that information through. I do want to just say that I prefer online communication because it saves the membership money. Printing costs are really expensive and just add an unnecessary expense to the co-op. So I appreciate the online communication. And then maybe some of these in-person workshops like Coffee with Chris, which I found have been really effective at helping me and some of my peers understand the transition. So just want to thank you all for the work you're doing, both on the communication online, but also on the Vallecito Dam.
Thank you, Emily, and thank you to all of our members who showed up today. Well, I know we don't respond directly to it. Your voices are heard and definitely go into the thought process and the decision-making we do here at the board level. So now I'm going to move on to the consent board. Go ahead, John.
I think in the past, we've done, taken a moment after member comments have been closed to do, if there's an opportunity to do simple fact clarification, if it's constructive. I think there were a couple of items that were covered by members that could be easily clarified with some facts. If we want to do that now, I think it might be constructive. Chris, or you want to do that, I would sort of offer at least some details around where to find the financials informations, and then certainly around roundup is an easily correctable fact. But if that's not an appropriate forum, we can not do that. I don't want to push on it.
Yeah, I struggle with this section because I feel like when we start answering some, then it is more glaring when we don't answer the rest of it.
Maybe it's really Chris's call.
Yeah,
to do,
because I think
as rather than a policy matter, if he wants to comment, he can. If not, we can just move on.
yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I'm happy to take this opportunity if the board's comfortable with it. There were three things that I thought I could address really quickly and follow up to the member comments. I just want to stress that our email outreach is opt-in. We ask people to sign up for our email lists, and so we'd love to communicate with people that way. It certainly is very cost-efficient way to reach our membership, and so if you're not getting email newsletters, you really it's as simple as opting into that on your account page. The second thing I'd mention is that all the Roundup grantees are available on our website. We publish that on an annual basis. You can look at all of the folks who have received money from the Roundup Foundation. And for the speaker, the San Juan Citizens Alliance was not a recipient in 2024, if that's helpful. And then finally, our financials, we publish our audited books on an annual basis. You can catch all of that information in our annual report. And so we've got monthly financial updates that we provide in every one of our dashboards as well, which I'm about ready to cover. So hopefully that helps answer some of the questions that were raised.
If I could add one more point of clarification for you, Chris, the LPEA Roundup funding decisions are published monthly in our meeting book that's available on our website, and it'll be covered today. It's on page 81 of the current deck. If any public member wants to see where the money is going, not just annually, but on a month-by-month basis.
Yeah. Thank you, John. I appreciate that.
The deck isn't published.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah.
The deck isn't published.
The board packet is not published.
Oh.
So I think we do press releases from time to time on our in between the year, but I think Chris is the full. It's lpa.coop/round-your-lpea-bill has a list of all the annual donations going back.
Okay, that was my mistake. Then I'll stop talking.
Back to 2015. So 10 years worth of donation information is available on the website.
Terrific. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the consent board. Do we have anything that needs to be taken off for further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I will accept a motion to approve the consent board items.
Oh, I think Tim has his hand up.
Okay. Let me.
Yeah, I was just going to make a motion to accept the consent board.
Okay, we got a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and move on to the division dashboard. Chris, go ahead and present
Need
that
a
for us,
vote.
please.
You need a vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We need to vote.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Passes unanimously.
I'm sorry for
now-
interrupting. I need to know Director Blake's vote. I can't see.
Aye.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead now to the dashboard. Go ahead,
Okay.
Chris.
All right, thank you very much, Madam President. And yeah, I'm pleased to present our monthly dashboard. And so got a few highlights that I wanted to share and of course, available for any follow-up questions. Starting with our KPIs, the kind of continuing the pattern that we've had for several months. The two things, of course, that stand out here are one, our proactive decision to manage our cash reserves at a lower level to reduce our borrowing costs. So this very, I think, still healthy 5.5%, but we've drawn that down just to avoid any short-term borrowing to manage O&M projects in particular, capital projects, things like our transmission upgrades that folks are seeing around the service territory. So very purposeful decision there, but that's why that remains at a lower level than our target. The other one to point out, which we've discussed several times over the last several months, is our BE sales. Still very much on track. There's no problem here. We just have a data lag on the EV sales and getting that information back from the county. And so as we get that, we update it, but it shows a bit of a lag here. So very much on track for our BE goals. And you can see some of that detail in the appendix of the board packet. Also really pleased to highlight here our operational reliability, well in front of the benchmarks. You can see here we're on the SAIDI side, we're just above 31, and the SAFI at 0.53, both significantly better than our targets. And really big compliment to the operations team for their hard work over the first half of the year to produce that result, even with some challenging weather during some of those months. All right, let's go ahead and move on to next slide. I wanted to highlight here a really...
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, go ahead, Nicole. Sorry, it's hard for me to see everybody if there's a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris, thank you. I noticed, maybe it came on last month, was lost time incidents as a metric, and I don't recall why or when we started putting that on there. And I'm reminded that, I don't know, a number of years ago, there was a discussion around safety metrics, and lost time incidents was sort of purposely not highlighted and tracked because there was some concern about having zero be the goal rather than learning from those incidents if and when they occurred. So that seems somewhat philosophically different than to see that again than what we had discussed years ago. So it's not criticism, it's more of a why is this a new metric and what prompted that, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate the question, Tim. Yeah, very happy to continue that discussion with the board. We felt like this was an appropriate thing to put back on the KPI. It's one of the important things that we're working every day to make sure this stays at zero. This is a really great metric to think about the safety program that we have, and I think this is a great way to measure the effectiveness of our safety program. I think the lost time incidents, we have other safety issues. I mean, the one that Jerry mentioned where we had a mechanical failure and a truck rolled backwards, right? We have a full investigation and figure out what went wrong. We determined that there was a failure in the transmission in that case, and that led to some reminders for all the folks in company vehicles about setting the emergency brake. So I think we are doing a good job of learning from any incidents that happen, but felt like this was a nice addition to the KPI to really highlight you know, one of the important metrics that we track and work very hard to keep this at 0. But yeah, appreciate any feedback on that.
Yeah, I guess I go back to the concern that was expressed back then, actually by staff, not by the board, that an undue focus on that sort of, you become focused on the 0 rather than, like I said, the learning. So I guess I'm just, you know, maybe as we go along, trying to understand where that philosophical change occurred. And again, you know, that arose from staff. One other question I had was the equity at 56%. That is out of range from what we had set as a goal. And the higher we go with that equity, there, you know, it does show that we're reducing debt significantly. I think that's if we look at how debt has gone down in terms of our percentage there, and over time, that's a good news thing, but it does then increase the equity percent. And there's a risk that also on too much equity of not getting that back to the members in a timely manner. So I think looking at that 56% versus 55, it's close, but I think it is worth tracking as a yellow versus a green so that we keep our eye on that over time.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. And you know, I think this was a very, I guess, a purposeful decision or a considered decision to let that climb over the last 18 months as we anticipate additional borrowing for other parts of our operations, including new capital projects. So it is, as you said, slightly elevated here by 1% over our target. But of course, as you as the chair of the FAC know, we are looking at some additional debt issuances at the end of this year and early next year that would push that back down. So I think it's a relatively temporary phenomenon, but I really appreciate the question. And let me see if Patrick wants to add any additional detail.
No, I think that was well said, Chris. Ultimately, though, I agree, Tim. It's that metric. This is a program issue, so we need to look at changing that because we are out of range. So I think I've got a note to follow up on that for the next meeting.
Perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight those, and I appreciate you guys taking the time to explain that. Thank you. I'm done.
Thanks, Tim. Rachel?
Yeah, thanks. I am, you know, I know our dashboard is constantly evolving, and I'm just reflecting Deborah's comments in our public comment and just some of my own questions I've had. I'm curious if or when we may see KPIs around some of our other core pieces of the operational plan, including trusted community partners, sourcing clean local power. I feel like we have some metrics and we're missing others. And I personally, right, I operate off plans like this in my organization, and I know you don't want burdensome KPIs that are forcing admin for the sake of admin or extra duties for staff. And it would be helpful to start thinking, or if we have those, to see those reflected as well.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. Well, always open to feedback on adjustments here. This is a set of KPIs that we, as was mentioned on the lost time incidents, we have made some adjustments to provide some extra information. I know we've got a planning retreat coming up with the board, and that might be the perfect time to have a longer conversation about other measures the board might want to see. If we want something added, you know, to pick up on what you just mentioned, 1% of local generation perhaps is an important KPI for the board going forward as we update our strategic plan together. So yeah, this is a living document, and look forward to having that conversation. Other questions before we
Kirsten
move on?
has one.
Do you see Kirsten's hand, Chris?
Oh, so I can only see 4 people at a time. So I can't.
Chris, I thought you were avoiding me, man.
Not at all. Not at all. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Super. I really appreciate you trying to figure out how to add something, a KPI around safety, because just having the safety meeting attendance really wasn't helping me. I do know that there were some discussions a while ago about maybe time since last incident was a problem, because then, once it's after 180 days, people are scared to say something. But I don't recall that the fact that there was a lost time incident is being the issue. I am so pleased that we're going to be putting this on the planning, this whole KPI thing, whether it's about safety, reliability, whether it's about member engagement. I think it's really great to do that, and it needs to be done. So let's go for it. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Kirsten.
Chris, do you want me to call on people since you can't see them?
Yeah, that'd be really helpful. Thank you, Nicole.
Okay, go ahead, Dusty.
Yeah, just around the safety metrics piece, an idea that came to mind was tracking what we'd call like near miss incidents, or like you identified the handbrake issue with a vehicle and bringing that to the attention of the group. That was something that previous organizations I had worked for tracked. And so if you're the thought is that if you're tracking situations that you identified that could have been an issue, rather than hindsight on learning events of what did happen, that you'll be more in a preventative culture. So just a thought, and I wanted to throw it out there real quick. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Dusty. And yeah, that's certainly something we do track that very closely. As I mentioned, we take a chance to debrief and learn from near misses. And if the board would like more visibility on those, yeah, we certainly look at adding that.
Chris, I don't see any more hands, so if you want to keep.
All right. Terrific. Let's go on to the next slide. Wanted to highlight here, as we talk about safety, one of the important things we're doing is doing live drills to make sure we are ready in the case of an emergency. And I wanted to point out kind of the larger bullet point here at the bottom of the page. We did a dual location emergency response drill, did outreach to local partners, and had a live exercise among our staff to simulate a fire. In this case, it was a simulated fire near the 314 yard, and was spreading north due to high winds. And we walked through the different procedures and things we would do in that scenario. So really great exercise, and something that excited to do more of that with the team as we continue to prepare and be ready for different types of emergencies. The fire one, of course, top of mind for everybody, given our current dryness and the fire risk. So a great exercise, and really wanted to highlight that for everybody.
I see 2 hands, Chris.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kirsten.
Yeah, Chris, on the all-employee opt-in safety meeting, can
Yeah.
you give an idea of participation in that, percentage-wise or just feel-wise?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me actually turn to Elizabeth for some detail on that one.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So yeah, we have a ton of focus on safety. And one of the things that came up this year through the safety committee actually was this desire to return to an all-employee monthly safety meeting. This was something that used to happen pre-pandemic. It was in person. And so what we decided to do was kind of pilot a return to this practice. These are opt-in meetings, and not every topic is appropriate for every person in the organization. So for this particular meeting that we had in June, we were focused on HVSA and heat stress in the field. And so the opt-in is really, depending on the individual and the individual department. Do you think this is appropriate for you? So we offer it in person, and we also offer a Teams link. I would say that, and we do this in Durango, and then we follow it the next day in Pagosa. So for this particular one, I would say it was probably 99% of the field operations personnel attended in both locations, and then others as they felt it was appropriate. Did
Thank
that
you,
answer your
Elizabeth.
question?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am, it did. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Awesome. My pleasure.
All right, terrific. If there are no more questions on this slide, let's go ahead and
Yeah,
go.
I have one.
Okay, go ahead, Joe.
My hand, I think, is up. Anyway, yeah, just a quick question on the on that opt-in safety meeting. The heat stress and fatigue management. Was that what came out of the state legislation that we had talked about a few months ago? Do you know? Because the legislature was looking at some requirements to require breaks and things like that, and I never heard what happened to that bill.
Yeah, so Joe, that bill was did not pass. So the legislature was considering some statewide adjustments for all employers, and that bill did not pass this last session. If I'm thinking of the same bill you're referring to.
Okay, so this is just best practices that LPEA has. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. We take heat stress very seriously for our crews, and but yeah, as far as the legislation goes, my recollection is that did not pass this year.
Okay, no more hands. Chris, go ahead.
Okay, terrific. Let's go on to the next slide then. A couple of things I wanted to highlight here. I've kind of foreshadowed this in previous months, but we have moved forward quickly this summer with our unmanned aerial vehicles, aka drones, to improve our permitting and right-of-way processes and to enhance overhead line and vegetation inspections. We put that to use right away in Los Ranchitos and have it available for lots of other projects that we're doing over the course of the next few months. So excited to integrate that into our operations. We've got great cross-team cooperation between our GIS and IT team, helping us to rapidly evaluate that data and capture that data in our GIS system. So lots of great synergy here with this capability between operations and the rest of the company. Really excited about the early results from that, and we'll come back to the board with more as that program continues to make progress. And in fact, it works in nicely to bullet number 4 there, which is tree trimming crews are through about 2/3 of the work in Los Ranchitos. We'll have a kind of end of project summary for everybody in August or September. But a really great example of being able to apply for support grants for rapid vegetation management in high-risk areas. Los Ranchitos, great example of that. And we'll have a final report ready for everybody to look at, but we're through most of that work as we finished up the month of June. All right. Any questions?
Yeah, Kirsten has her hand up, and then
All
also Joe.
Yeah, thank you. So including, pardon me, pertaining to the Pagosa Cruise and the underground cable over at the Bootjack Capital Project, I believe about half of our lines are underground. Is that correct?
That's right. It's roughly 50%. Dan Harmers may be able to give us the exact percent.
I'll say 49.5. I know, not quite 50%, but we are really, really close.
Right,
we'll round up.
Which is great. Yeah. I think that is really great. And a lot of times we talk about how much we do on fire mitigation above ground, but the fact that half of our lines are underground is in and of itself a great fire mitigation step. So I wanted to thank us for that. And I know that every time we look at a line, we're thinking about, well, is this going to work underground or not? And we try to do that. So I just wanted to highlight that because I think we forget that if we don't see it, it's still working for us.
Yeah, absolutely. And and it's obviously a balancing act of cost as well. Undergrounding lines can be very expensive in some situations. And so, yeah, we obviously prefer that for the reasons you mentioned, but also trying to make sure that we manage those costs. All right, let's go ahead and go on to the next slide.
Sorry, can't you see me, Nicole, on there or what?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, all right. So just a couple of questions and a comment. For Jerry, can you remind when you talked about the red flag warnings and the fire settings? Can you explain again briefly what the fire settings do and what it means to crews out there?
So the fire settings, anytime that we have a red flag warning, we set certain equipment to our fire settings, and our engineering department, Dan's department has gone through and really dug deep to figure out what those settings, how the settings are going to best benefit the system and prevent a line from hitting the ground and causing a fire. So our goal is to de-energize the lines as quickly as possible when there is an issue, so there isn't a fire. What it means for the crews is more line patrol, because if something does open under those settings, which are super sensitive, then our crews have to visually inspect every single piece of overhead line before they re-energize. So we do not want to re-energize into a down line that would potentially start a fire.
Great. And then on the boot jack 40,000 feet, that's I was kind of amazed. That was it. Does that? I was just kind of curious what the purpose of that. And I agree with it, but that underground extension was done. What? I mean, why exactly did we do that portion underground?
Dan, do you know the specifics of that job?
Let me see if that was aged cable or aged overhead line. Let me dig into that and I'll get back with you, Joe.
Okay, I mean 40,000 feet. That's great. 7 miles. And I guess with all of this, I just like to point out also 25 poles were changed out and a bunch of trees were trimmed to cut fire hazards. And we're hearing people say that LPEA is not doing anything for the members. Our crews are out there every day doing this. We fund this generously because we know how important it is. And this is a major part of our operation and strategy going forward. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, I was just curious, the last bullet about unplanned outages, there was some reference to member interference. Is there any kind of quick explanation for that?
The majority of our member interference outages are either vehicle caused or dig-ins on our underground.
Okay, so it's unintentional interference.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jerry.
Yep.
Okay, we have another question from Kirsten.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, Joe, I want to attest to what you're talking about with the fire, the wood thing. The crews have been in my neighborhood over the last couple of days, and they've been doing a fabulous job. They stack the wood nicely afterwards, and it's really great, and I appreciate it. They're very respectful, and I really appreciate that they have a thing on their truck that says contracting with LPEA, so it's really clear who are these people and why are they cutting my trees. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Blake, or Brad, excuse me.
Yeah, the question is for Jerry. Jerry, do we have a map of high probable wind areas, and do we have any wind tracking devices that give a particular wind speed? I know some industries that do that. They watch the wind very closely. They have remote wind detection. Do we have any of that, and do we have a map of high probability of wind outages?
Currently, we do not, and our information comes from the National Weather Service or NOAA. We do have a plan in place that we are implementing within the next couple months to do exactly that and get more specific data for our area and our service territory. And we hope to expand that project over the next year and really improve the data that we can make very informed decisions on.
Yeah, the last few days there have been some significant wind events. I was actually quite surprised at a couple of them, and frankly, I was very concerned about fire by our power lines.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, and
Looks
I'll.
like-
Oh,
Go
sorry, I
ahead,
was just
yeah, sorry.
another question.
Well, Dan has his hand up, so
Oh, okay, great.
Okay. Dan, did you mean to have your hand up? Okay, go ahead, Chris.
All right. Yeah, no, and I appreciate Jerry's answer. I would just say this is something we've really prioritized in our capital planning, is to upgrade our ability to track wind speeds across our system, and looking at starting at our substations and then picking critical points throughout our distribution system. So Brad, I'm right with you on that. We've found, I think, a great technical solution for that is cost effective, and it'd be a big upgrade for us to have that information. And of course, wind and weather information can be used in a variety of ways, not just for the fire mitigation. So it's really excited about getting that rolled out. All right, with no other questions on this slide, let's go ahead and go on to our slide number 5. A couple things to highlight here. I had the honor of leading a group of legislators from across the West on a study trip to Denmark in mid-June. We had 3 participants from Colorado and a bunch of legislators from our neighboring states of New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona as well. And I had a great chance to learn about things that have happened in Denmark that have been really useful as far as managing the energy transition and looking for new opportunities around things like waste to energy plants and regional grid integration, something I think the Danes arguably are the best in the world at, and really was honored to help lead that trip. The other thing that happened in June was we had Dan and his team had a chance to meet with the Plata County planners and the Fire Protection District around battery storage projects and ways to minimize risk from those projects, which of course is a very important conversation happening in the Plata County Commission right now. And so we'll continue to keep the board updated as that plays out. But I see a question from Kohler.
Yeah, and that first thing you were talking about with the state legislatures, it says in there they talk about regional transmission expansion. Is that the SPP or is that something in addition to SPP that is being looked at?
Yeah, Kohler, great question. You know, SPP is, of course, the choice that we have made as LPEA, that the board voted on. There is the potential for another RTO option in the West that would be created out of the CAISO organization. That, however, is on hold until there are changes to the governance model of CAISO. And so right now, SPP is the one option for people in the West.
The way it's stated there, it kind of looks like it's specific just to a certain area into Utah. So that's why my question was, is it something different than an RTO?
No, that's what we're referring to. Yeah, there are, you know, day ahead markets and other types of regional cooperation that may precede that. But one of our key conversations during the study trip was to understand how the Danish system is integrated into its neighborhood. They have great interconnection in every direction, including undersea cables to the UK, Norway, Sweden, et cetera, that enhance their reliability and lower their cost of power. And so we were really trying to compare and contrast that approach with where we currently are in the West. And I've had a lot of receptivity from legislators from New Mexico, Utah, Arizona, et cetera, Nevada, around looking at ways to enhance regional cooperation, really building on the data that we found in Denmark. So that's what was one of the main purposes of the trip.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Go ahead, Kirsten.
Yeah, Chris, concerning that trip, I'm looking at your quarterly expenses, which is like one of the last pages on in our package. And it looks like maybe this trip isn't in that. Was this paid by somebody else?
Yeah, there was no expense at all to LPEA. The trip was sponsored by a group of supporters of the Institute of Western Energy. Charitable foundations are the main supporters of the Institute. So yeah, no cost impact to LPEA.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Brad.
Chris, I know we chatted about this just briefly, waste to power, and the information that you gleaned from your trip. It'd be nice if you could give maybe at some point the board an update on that and discussion around that and how it pertains to our county specifically.
Yeah, happy to do that, Brad. I mean, that we did not receive any responses in our RFP process for that type of project, but is something that I think has some potential in this area, as you and I have discussed. And so one of my goals during the trip was to make sure I had a chance to understand how the Danes have used that technology, including pyrolysis and the emissions controls that they've brought to that process and how it integrates into their district heating system. So a lot of really interesting information there, and something I would love to follow up on now in our area to see if there's interest.
I have spoken with the county, the city of Durango, and the tribe specifically about it, and all have an interest in it.
Great, thank you. We'll look for. I'll coordinate with you on next steps.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ted, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Question on bullet point number 3, the biannual meeting with the solar installers, and really just looking for high level, how is that relationship going? Chris or maybe Dan, is that a good collaborative relationship between LPEA and the local solar installers? And are we sharing information 2 ways so that we can all benefit?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll turn to Dan for that one.
I'm always very excited to see this collaboration happen, Ted. It's exactly that. It's two-way communication going back and forth. It's gives us an opportunity to explain why we have to do some of the things we're doing, them a chance to explain what they see up and coming technologies. It's a great meeting. We do it twice a year, and it's good attendance. I'll say we typically have 15 to 20 people in the room there, and just always good topics to talk about.
Okay, go ahead, Rachel.
And I think following on that, on all these bullet points, I have similar questions of what, if anything, material came from these discussions that we should know about to help inform policy or strategy. And so curious on the biannual solar installer meeting. I know we've been doing some work on, I'm gonna get it wrong, curtailment. There was the red zone conversation, the net metering, and some of the pieces we were looking at there. Anything new, different, or other coming from those proactive conversations that we should know about?
Yeah, Dan, do you want to dive into some of the solutions we're looking at?
Yeah, I think we're going to have some good information to share with you next month or the month after on progress towards the red zones and what we're doing on that. We've got the draft engineering procedures in place. Great collaborative work with NREL. That has just been a fabulous group to work with. A lot of smart guys up there, flagged some things that we didn't even know to be worried about that they brought up, and the solutions and how to mitigate some of the things around there. So they're finishing up their white paper now. I'm hoping that's done soon. It's going to be a published paper, and I think it's going to be a good roadshow for both NREL and LPEA to share with the greater utility industry on the findings that we've had there. So good stuff coming, and we're crafting the policies around that right now on what we need to do with that.
Awesome. And I guess going back to that question and kind of this, all the efforts we're doing around genuine community engagement and stakeholder engagement, have you been kind of pressure testing that, like in this biannual solar installer meeting, for instance? Because I guess that's my question. It's more so, I know y'all are working on this. Are some of the conversations you're having with the solar installers kind of presenting what it is you're thinking and getting their feedback and making sure or seeing where they stand with ideas?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one of the biggest elephant in the room when we go in there and talk on on these topics on how to address it. And we're explaining here are the issues that we have. And it's a really good collaborative group that we have here, that it's not questioning, well, that's not right, that's not, it's okay, well, now we need to focus over here. Now we need to do this. And now that gives us an opportunity to sell more batteries, or that does this or that. So yeah, they understand we're sharing the information with them as we learn it, and talking about those things. I mean, there's going to be some improvements that we have to make to substations, and you will see projects in this year's capital plan that will directly address some of those items, and it'll be up to the board to say yay or nay on passing some of those.
Okay, go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, Dan, I was just wondering if you felt like it would be appropriate for a board member to attend one or some of those meetings.
I don't see that would be a big problem, but I think it just works well with the staff and developer collaboration that we have right now.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no more hands, I will pass the mic back to Chris.
All right, let's go ahead and go to the next slide then. A few things to highlight on our timeline here. We're going to get a great update from Dan and the team on the RFP process. We've done a lot of summary analysis of that, and so excited to share that detail with you during our executive session. Just to mention, of course, the bridge period contract in place, all ready to go with Mercuria. And we did have them send a representative to our last all-employee meeting to brief the entire team on the shape of that relationship and what value it provides to the membership. That was a really great interaction, a lot of chance for Q&A and discussion with that. As we look ahead, we're going to see this in the results from the RFP, but certainly our announcement yesterday about the Vallecito PPA is a great example of energy independence and using local generation projects. And of course, our PPAs that we already have in place with Tri-State, which form a great baseline for our arrangements out into the future. And you'll see, I think, in the results from the RFP, we've got some really diversified sets of options to help us have what is ultimately a diversified set of PPAs, and therein lies higher reliability and lower cost for our members. So I think a really great progress over the last month on this timeline, and looking forward to the discussion on some of the RFP details with everybody during executive session.
Okay, we've got two questions. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, Chris, can you clarify the amount of power purchased from the dam project and the number of homes that will service? It was mentioned in public comment, but it would be good to get some clarification on that.
Yeah, happy to. And I prefer to refer to it as the hydro project instead of the dam project. But that's, yes, happy to, Brad. Yeah, so that's a 5.8 megawatt facility. That's its max output if it's running it at full clip. It can be run at lower amounts as needed operationally. That total 5.8 megawatts would supply about 2,500 homes in our area when it's running at full capacity. So yeah, really wonderful example, I think, of implementing the board's vision around more local generation. That, of course, was something we couldn't do under our previous contract. And so, really a bright spot, I think, for LPEA for this announcement.
Are we the only users, and who is the owner of that project?
Yeah, we are the only off-takers of that project. The owner is Ptarmigan. That is a wholly owned company underneath the Obermeyer group of companies. Unfortunately, Wally Obermeyer has recently passed, and so there's some transition happening on that side. But yeah, it's the name of the company that owns the facility is called Ptarmigan.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Kirsten.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. On the power purchase agreements section of that, the 2026 to 2033, one of the members during the comment period. Mr. Ruggles talked about Tri-State is greener than SPP. I have no idea if that's true, but just want to point out that Tri-State is also going to SPP on the same day we are. So we're all kind of headed towards broader sources of energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten. Seeing no more hands, go ahead, Chris.
All right, let's go on to the next slide. Just a few more to go here. One of the things I want to highlight from the community partnerships, had mentioned, some of the public engagements that I've been doing with Coffees with Chris and different service clubs and different community organizations. Really enjoyed that part of my job. So I appreciate the opportunity to do that. And the board has been so supportive in helping me reach out to all different parts of the community, and looking forward to continuing that work with everyone. The one I wanted to highlight off this page, though, was the top of the second column. I had a chance to participate in a kind of expert panel that was hosted by the Durango Chamber. It had representatives from solar, from gas, from upstream sector, from the downstream, like Atmos Energy was there, kind of a big retail gas provider in our area. So lots of great discussion about our energy situation and the needs, the opportunities in our service territory around energy business broadly, and really enjoyed that interaction, and appreciated being invited by the chamber to represent LPEA. But let me see if there are any questions on this slide.
Go ahead, Kohler.
Yeah, so under the strengthen the communication, that first paragraph, it talks about adding an email notification, but the last line says it's basically going to be used for a larger member. I don't understand why it's not just used for everybody. Is there something specific about that email?
No, Kohler, it's larger member base, meaning reaching more members, not the size of the member.
Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Go ahead, Brad.
I'd just like to, having just come off the campaign, talking to a lot of people out in the community, I would just like to say, Chris, I think this is very helpful, and I believe you're doing a great job with reaching out to people. I've talked to people afterwards, and they're like, wow, that's great. They hadn't talked to a director in a long time, or a CEO in a long time. So keep up the good work. I did mention Allison. You said you had a meeting planned at Arbalese. I would not exclude Allison. They're a little ways apart, but I think those smaller communities really do, especially rural and agricultural, need to hear from LPEA.
Yeah, thank you, Brad. I really appreciate that feedback and encouragement. Yeah, as we chatted about recently, we are planning four additional meetings later in the year over the third and fourth quarters that would reach out to some new places we haven't been yet. Arbalese is certainly on that list. And as always, happy to hear from the board if there are specific places you want us to prioritize.
Thank you, Chris. Go ahead, Rachel.
I just wanted to lift up the voting feedback that we got. I know that this was conversation within the board about whether or not to shift to an electronic voting platform, how that would support things, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's just great to see that the platform, we saw this earlier, has been used on the online platform, and then also that there was a fairly high, it seems like a high degree of satisfaction with it. So excited to continue that in the future.
Yeah, Rachel, thanks for that feedback. Huge thank you to Amanda and her team. Graham put a ton of hard work, of course, into the election. And I think the rollout of the electronic voting went very smoothly. Huge credit to Amanda for that. And we had high usage and high satisfaction. So I think it also helped us to increase turnout and make it very easy for folks to vote. So thanks for that feedback.
Go ahead, Ted.
Thank you. I wanted to highlight Elizabeth's trip over to our neighbor, San Miguel Power. I think it's a really great step. I think it fits well in with Elizabeth's new role. And I would love to, if she's willing, hear Elizabeth share a little bit about what you may have learned from attending their annual meeting, and what kind of cooperation between cooperatives that can turn into. Thanks.
Absolutely. You're putting me on the spot, Ted.
Yeah.
It was a great trip over. You know, I try to get to one other cooperative annual meeting a year. Last year I went to Holy Crosses. Part of it is to benchmark the actual annual meeting. And I tried to grab a printed copy of their annual report. Their issues are so, I shouldn't say issues, their areas of focus are so different from ours. I found that really interesting to listen to. Brad Zaporsky and their board president, whose name is escaping me at the moment, and I know him quite well, were really eloquent, but they're really focused on time of use rate. That is a new concept at San Miguel Power. So the majority of their meeting was around time of use, explaining that to their membership, a lot of Q&A. And then there, you know, the normal delegates are all there. They have CREA representatives attending. There were folks from Grand Valley Power there. So it's just a nice networking opportunity. But I think what it highlighted for me is their service territory is really different from our service territory. And their areas of focus are really different from our areas of focus. And they held it in their truck barn. It was a very rainy day. They had some nice raffle prizes, and all of they gave away their scholarships, and all their scholarship awardees were there. So it was nice. It was festive, similar in that way to LPEA. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah.
You bet.
Yeah, and just quickly to follow up on that, and I am following the same pattern. I think, you know, for the executive team, we're trying to each make it to one or two of our neighbors' annual meetings every year, learn a lot, get to know our neighbors better, and was so grateful that Elizabeth could make that trip.
Great. Go ahead, Kirsten.
Yeah, Elizabeth, is Rube the president?
Yes, thank you
Yeah,
so
there
much.
we
I've
go.
known Rube for 30 years, and I just couldn't
I
get his
know,
name
okay.
out at the moment. Yes, Rube Felicelli is their
I'm
board
glad I
president.
had it. I don't normally remember names either.
He's fantastic.
Yes.
Okay. Well, just before we move on, as a director, I'd also like to extend my thanks to Chris. There was a lot of misinformation among the realtor community, which spreads far and wide in Archuleta County, about how much power we have available. And I was super grateful. There was a meeting with all the managing brokers in one place, and Chris, you know, it was a 30-minute Zoom, and I know a little bit of prep time, but I think that conversation went a really long way in correcting the misinformation that was out there. So I would encourage any of my directors, when you hear things like that, to reach out to Chris. He's a fantastic presenter, and has been very willing to get in front of people and have those conversations with our members. So thank you, Chris.
Yeah, thanks for that opportunity.
Yes, Kirsten?
Nicole, can you talk for a sec? What are the realtors thinking that needed to get some light onto?
There was just this basic sense that LPA was out of power. There was just like people
Okay.
yeah. So Chris came over here and he had a few maps, and he had some information about how many megawatts we use and how many are available, and opened the floor. And I felt like he actually answered most of the questions before they came up, but it was
Okay.
very well received. Chris did an
Okay.
excellent job.
Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chris.
All right, any final questions on this slide? If not, let's go on to our financial health side, a little more detail from our dashboard. I'll make a couple of quick opening comments and then turn it over to Patrick for some additional detail. Had a really wonderful set of meetings in New York with CFC as well as Fitch, being able to see them in person. Thank you, Kohler, for attending the CFC annual meeting with us. I think really productive week, and you'll hear some more about this from Patrick, but I feel like we're in a strong position to move forward with our important transactions with both the Fitch rating as well as the lines of credit that we are establishing with CFC. And with that, I'll turn it over to Patrick.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for that, Chris. Yeah, I can concur. We had successful meetings with both CFC and Fitch. CFC has really positive guidance so far. We are on time, which that pleases me. It's been a heavy lift, so I was glad to hear that we're pacing on schedule. So we'll get some more news from them in the next few weeks. It's been a constant flow of information about our energy transition is what I'm trying to articulate there. RFP process, they're very curious in. So we've been keeping them updated and getting feedback as we've moved along. One of the things I'd say I'm cautiously optimistic on at the moment, I probably maybe should knock on wood, interest rates, 10-year treasury has moved in some fairly positive direction in the last few days. So we hope it continues for the next few months. That's what we'll be watching for the next few months as we move into actual financing. So that's a big piece, but we got some guidance from their team on their projection for that as well. To get into the financials, I'd like to start by, we made a reclassification to May's revenue. We pushed 218,000 to industrial revenue to May. We needed to restate that as we closed June. We saw that revenue was being falsely allocated to June's performance. So in order to maintain comparability and make sure our budget performance is accurate, I had the team open up May and book that revenue. It's important. And I have to state that to you guys as there was a restatement for May. It's important for transparency. So I wanted to start with that. As we get into the June financials, and let me say that $218,000 adjustment, that took us from a negative budget variance to a positive operating budget margin budget variance of 25%, about 80,000 better than what we had forecasted. So that was an improvement. So we like to see that. On the June financials, we had slightly better than budget performance on the revenue side of the equation, driven by residential revenue. Sales were off slightly, but revenue was up about 1%. And then the difference between large industrial and small commercial, those basically offset one another. Small commercial was up by 1% and large industrial was down by 1%. And then that being said, cost of power we saw was slightly worse than budget, 2% over, and that blended effect was essentially flat gross margins. We saw better than budget operating expense management and total operations and management expense. It was by approximately, just need to do some quick math here, 156,000 better than budget. And that was driven primarily by payroll. And we had, this time of year, it's hard to forecast when folks are going to take vacation. You do an accrual entry, but we did see better than budget performance in that payroll side of the equation due to some vacation timing. And also we had less overtime than we had budgeted for. And we also saw some savings in some of our other expenses, some of which will be timing variance. I'd say about 75,000 we should see normalize over the next few months. And total other expenses, we are slightly over on depreciation, which this has been something we've seen year to date as well. And that has to do primarily with our elevated capital spending, and the pace of that spending has been a little bit higher. But the other thing I'd highlight is year to date, our operating expenses are better than budget. And we recently received our KRTA performance metrics, which is from CFC. I plan to agendize that at the next FAC meeting, which will give some peer benchmarking on some of the expense categories, which I think it's important to mark that and see where we are to our peers. And I was pleased with that performance, if I'm honest. I tend to try and be a fiscal hawk, and looking at our peer group, there was a lot of categories that we outperformed both our tri-state peer group and the state peer group on expense management. So I'm going to highlight that in the FAC meeting. So if you've got curiosity on seeing some of those charts, that's something that will be presented in the next FAC. So cash position, we did see an improvement about 400,000 over what I had forecasted that position to be. The team's done a good job kind of being more precise in how we manage our capital items and capital project spending. I'm super appreciative of that because as we've talked about, avoiding borrowing avoids interest costs, and it also helps me manage our cash more efficiently. So kudos to the team for being able to move on what's not. It's a little bit like turning around the Titanic when you look at capital project management. It's not at the most nimble thing. So I'll give kudos to the team there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll open for question.
Yeah, and I prefer to talk about turning a battleship as opposed to Titanic, because I promise you we're not sinking. But just to emphasize Patrick's point, laser focus on cash management, on expense management, made some adjustments to the capital plan to make sure we were managing that carefully. So yeah, really big thank you to the hard work from Patrick's whole group on helping us get that in the right spot, and of course the quick and accurate response from the operations and planning team. Dan and Jerry's teams did a great job of helping us dial in our capital spending for the rest of the year. So a lot of laser focus on expenses.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Yeah, I'm always impressed. But thanks for all the hard work. Patrick, thanks for mentioning the KRTAs. Is there any chance that we'll get a synopsis of that at the full board? I can't make FAC meetings due to work commitments. And then, yeah, I know those are just important indicators to help inform. Certainly looking forward to our September strategy session. So it'd be great if we could all see them.
Yeah, Rachel,
go
we'll make
ahead,
sure to.
Chris. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll make sure to bring a summary of some of the important indicators, so make sure the full board has that visibility. That is something that if the board is interested, that is available to board members. The entire, 170 charts, I think, Patrick, I forget the total number.
165, close enough.
Yeah, right. Rounding up again, 170. So that is available to board members. Those are it is proprietary information from CFC. But really useful for us as we fine-tune our operations. And as you correctly point out, as we get ready for September, we'll have all of that benchmarking data available for us.
Awesome. Personal preference, I don't think I need 170 pages of charts. I appreciate your distilling them down. And then just to reiterate, because I know we've talked about this before, you just mentioned that it's proprietary. It's not something we can publish to the public, right? So we have to reframe and be able to share some of those findings in a way that
that's right.
Helpful. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, just for our audience, can you, because I have to look this up every time, KRTA, can you put that in English for us?
It is key ratio trend analysis, which is fancy jargon for some statistics that measure what we're spending and what the classification of spending. Like, for instance, you look at our Form 7, CFC guides the structure of our financials. The Form 7 is a structure that they kind of industry standardized. And so you look at things like administrative in general, that is quarantined into a specific KRTA, Joe, that we can say we want to look at the US, we want to look at the Colorado median, we want to look at tri-state. Actually, our power supply would be how it's formed in that tool. So we can throttle it and compare based on what we choose to different benchmarking metrics. So and it goes to revenue, it goes to sales, there's reliability metrics, the SAIDI performance. And I've already done the kind of distilling, so to speak, because there are quite a few metrics that aren't applicable to us, but I have boiled down for the team some of the ones that I thought were key to feature for their management. So we'll pull that back for the board as well.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Kirsten.
Yeah, tomorrow CFC's having a 1 hour focus for directors and interpreting KRTAs. It would be really helpful even if we had the undistilled something, so that when they're talking about theoretical numbers, we can be looking at our real numbers. Is there anything we can have by tomorrow?
Oh yeah, that should be achievable. I mean, I'll talk with the team, but essentially I've got it quarantined into both slide decks, and then there's a PDF, Kirsten, that has all of the metrics. The PDF is fairly easily digestible. It's harder to read, I would say, just because you're dealing with nothing but numbers, but that should be easy to transition to.
I would appreciate that. Thank you very much. I have another question on this slide, unless somebody else that's in line has something about KRTAs. Brad, or you do? Okay, I'll
Tim
wait
has
then.
Go ahead, Tim.
We've used the term CFC numerous times, and I'd just like to clarify that's the Cooperative Finance Corporation. And it is a key holder of our debt and where we get debt funds from. So maybe Patrick, maybe just a little bit of expounding on CFC and its role, because we use this a lot, and I'm just mindful that maybe members don't understand what that term means and who they are.
Yes, that's it's the National Rural Co-op Financial Corporation, and it gets cut down to CFC. So if you were to want to do a Google search on it, NRCFC would be your hot words. They are a co-op, and they are primarily in the distribution utility segment. They have two divisions. They do both traditional mortgage issuance, and then they also have a recent division that they've launched, which handles private placements. They were involved in United Power's exit financing, which ended up being a private placement due to the size of that exit. We are 100% borrower from them. That gives us approximately 50 basis points in advantage and interest rate management. And that comes in both interest rate savings by a few basis points, and we also get capital credits that flow back to us. Them being a co-op and us being a member of that co-op, that capital credit flow back creates what would be a kind of an effective interest rate that is lower than you would see in more typical lending institutions. They are a nonprofit that's helpful because they are not maintaining a profit spread that a for-profit entity would maintain, and they also have better treatment for credit spread risk on interest rates as well. So they have been a good partner. They understand our situation. We moved from a hybrid of being an RUS borrower to 100% CFC. That was prior to my time. It's somewhere around 6 years ago, but that move has had some benefit. We've seen our debt burden drop over that time period, and I would say the administrative drag from RUS, you get a little bit more efficient, not a little bit, a lot more efficiency on some of the operational side.
Okay, thanks for that explanation. And go ahead, Brad.
First of all, Patrick, I had attended the FAC this week, and I found it very helpful and great job. It was very quick, a lot to take in. It was I thought a very good presentation. As you might imagine, I've sat through a lot of the financials and looked at a lot of these, and with the county, and they're all public. Can you explain to me the difference between why ours can't be made public, why LPEA can't make their financials public, and why the county is required to?
Well, I mean, obviously, it's two different entities. We're a non-governmental entity at this point, right? And there's some board choice that describes what we share as far as a monthly financial set would be my understanding. Graham is going to be able to provide some legal basis on that. We can't share too much on the financials due to some exposure to some counterparty risk, meaning there are non-disclosures that if we were to disclose too much, you could potentially expose some confidential deals, aka the fast track transaction. I mean, I have to be clear about that if the entity that we engaged with is very sensitive about their market pricing and how they go about that. And there's language in that contract that protects that. That's something that we want to be clear about. So you can't be too granular because you could reverse engineer into some things. But Graham might be able to have some comments on why we publish an annual set of financials versus monthly. I think that's kind of what you're asking, Brad. Is that the gist of the question?
That's pretty close. And I think one of the other directors, maybe Kirsten, mentioned that it's let out into the public. A lot of these numbers are let out into the public. I guess you could reverse engineer a lot of those things, but I guess I just see the difference between the county, and I realize that they're two different types of entities, but also a good bit different because it's a member-owned co-op, and that's why I think people are sensitive to knowing why they can't see certain numbers, you know.
I think it's important to articulate. I mean, for me, as much transparency as we can give is beneficial to the membership. So we're just working within the playing kind of field that we're being dictated. So I think as a team, we agree that transparency is key.
Gotcha.
Okay, go ahead, Kirsten. Or no, Kirsten's gone. Let's go, Tim.
Yeah, Brad, just to clarify, since I'm the FAC chair and treasurer, that our financial review each month in the FAC is public. We reviewed May financials, we reviewed June financials. Almost the entirety of our financials are reviewed in the FAC, which is open to any member to view at the time that we present them, and that those are completely public. The executive session, like Patrick has indicated, are because are in executive session almost, well, mostly because of counterparty requirements. For example, as he gave fast track, and we are not a government entity. We are a corporation. I heard earlier that there was a, we're a co-op, not a corporation. Well, a co-op is a corporation, and we risk our ability to have lower cost power if we are not considered a confidential counterparty when it comes to purchasing that power, or in contemplating purchasing that power, or in contemplating selling an asset within the purview of the board through our bylaws, like fast track. So we create risk if we do not maintain that confidentiality, and we gain nothing by violating it. In fact, we perhaps gain a lawsuit. So the financials are available and through the FAC monthly, and they are public. So I just want to make sure you're clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, go ahead, John.
I was sort of riffing on Tim's point here a little bit, that it's all financial, that most of the financial data that's covered in the FAC is in fact in public forum, public session, and can be consumed there. I think there's an opportunity here for, you asked, we listened moment, where a repackaging exercise, where we take the output of the FAC monthly meeting, where we are reviewing the stuff that is in public session, and we make that available, not buried under the FAC deep down in there, but we pull that up to an executive summary, financial executive summary type document that is just click on, one link deep into the website. And what I would do with that, just to sort of, brainstorm for a minute on this, is as I think you might have heard in my comment early on today, I was actually surprised. I was surprised that all the stuff in the board doc packet was not public. And when I reflected on it, I was like, right, I did know that. It was just sort of a brain fart. But I was looking on the screen while I was talking at our monthly roundup report, and thought, there's no reason why this couldn't be public monthly. It's public at the end of the year. And so that's a second example where I think we could actually pull out a bunch of stuff and say, yeah, this is sort of key financial information that's publicly available, and then level up the level of transparency. And I'll sort of spare the team and opine on this whole, whipping post of transparency. because I think it's more political than it is a genuine inquiry. But there is a core ask in there, and I think we should try to do that. And I think I see a path on how to do that without it being a heavy lift. And so that's, I would maybe like to spend 2 or 3 minutes and have the board's reaction to that, and maybe staff's reaction to that, if I'm just way off in the woods. But Nicole, I think that's to you to really check me on if this is not the right forum to do that.
Yeah, John, I don't think you're way off in the woods, but I think that this is not the right place for it. And I think what we've
Okay.
talked about is, when we're looking at new KPIs in our strategic planning session in September, I think, we're all hearing some asks loud and clear, and I appreciate you coming up with concrete examples of how to answer these asks from membership. So this is not the right place, but let's be the champion of it, John. Bring it back up. Let's work it through staff. Let's get in front of
And
the
you think
board.
the right place to do that is in September at the strategic planning?
That's my gut right now. I don't think right now is the place.
Sure.
So yeah,
Okay.
that's what I think.
All right, let's take it offline. Thank you. I'm
Yep.
done.
Go ahead, Kirsten.
Yeah, thanks. I just keep putting my hand down because I'm trying not to change the subject, but now I'm going to change the subject. So the equity percentage, several years ago, maybe 5 years ago, we started rightfully reclassifying capital labor as capital. It had always been as expenses. So that's kind of low hanging fruit on how to reduce your expenses that are really supposed to be capitalized. But that's something that then you've now got these things in capital, so you lose that opportunity to cut those expenses again. And I think that feeds into our equity. I think this feeds into our equity percentage, and that, I'm not sure if it feeds into our equity. It definitely feeds into we have more capital expenses than we have regular. And I would just like a little discussion on what does that impact? Now that we've kind of done that work, it prohibits us from some of that easy stuff of recategorizing things to be truly capital. And does that affect our ability to cut expenses otherwise? Can somebody help me with that?
I have to be clear on this. The choice of capitalization versus expensing labor is not a choice. This is gap requirement, right? So in order to capitalize labor, it needs to check some boxes. Is it associated to a capital project? How is the labor allocated? So that expense side of the equation, that's not a choice. This is something auditors, if they caught that we were capitalizing labor that should have been expensed, that would be a problem. They'd say, hey, you probably should reclassify this, and we would get an adjusting journal entry. Then they come back at the year end and review and say, hey, we had this adjusting journal entry because you guys were capitalizing labor that should have been expensed. They sample that. That's part of their process. So I want to be clear about that piece of the equation. The capitalization versus expensing, how does that flow through? That adds to assets. Labor that's capitalized increases assets on our balance sheet. That in turn increases depreciation expense over the future. That's how that impacts. So it's cash to assets, and then you get depreciation expense, which lowers the accumulated depreciation on the asset side, and then depreciation expense on the statement of operations. And I know I'm geeking out on it, but it's important to geek out on this stuff because I want to be clear about the gap treatment and capitalization versus expensing labor. That's not an expense management strategy. This is gap requirement. And when I say gap, I mean generally accepted accounting practice.
Okay, well, that's good to know because prior to you on that, when we did it, it was indicated that it was an expense management. And so we must have been out of gap for several years before that because we were always doing it. So I really appreciate that we're now doing it correctly. So it sounds then like depreciation expense is where we then see the impact of the capitalized labor. Is that a one-to-one, Patrick, or is it more spread out than that?
It becomes diluted. So what happens is you smooth that expense over time because you say you have a 30-year asset, you're essentially taking that labor, dividing by 30 and then earning that expense each year of that of that amortization schedule. And I will say, as we get into KRTA reviews, one of my slides that I've cherry picked, so to speak, is our capitalization of labor rate relative to our peers. That's a useful slide because we are under our peers on the amount that we capitalize. And that doesn't mean that we're not doing anything improperly, or I should say doing anything improperly. It just means that we're slightly, I would say it's a positive indicator that we're not overly capitalizing what labor that should have been expensed. That is, I mean, if you're talking about pure shenanigans, that is an old school shenanigan where it's like, oh, I want to make my income statement look better. I'm going to put it to the balance sheet, and it comes back over time. It's really, I'd say it's an old school shenanigan, Kirsten, on how you for profit might manipulate earnings.
Right, right. What it makes it hard for me, Patrick, is then to do an apples to apples of kind of before we capitalized, what was our labor cost, and post. So when I'm trying to look over time and see, yeah, we're growing or we're not growing, it's hard for me to tell. And maybe that's more where I'm looking for guidance of how do I make that comparison when we kind of rebooked things, or we correctly allocated stuff several years ago. How do I make it, how do I look and tell how we're doing over time with our expenses?
I would look at that KRTA performance. And again,
Okay.
I would be cautious of saying that we were improperly booking. If we don't know that, without doing the history, I'd be really cautious about saying that. So I just want to qualify that. Yeah. I don't know that history. And there are very qualified auditors that have reviewed these books for years and years and years. So I do want to be clear that they would catch that over time. So I'm not sure what the situation was. I didn't have boots on the ground there. So I just want to be clear about that.
Super, I appreciate it. You know what, I'm using that wording because I didn't think it was shenanigans when we did it, and I wanted to be clear that I think it was the right move when we did it. So that's why I was using that term, but I can see where it could be misread. So thank you for that, Patrick.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, perhaps you correct me if I'm wrong here, Patrick, but I believe that was a gap change that created that need to capitalize. That occurred several years ago. There was no shenanigan. It was we were doing it properly, and the regulation or the guidance to be in compliance changed, and so we altered accordingly. That's my recollection. So not, how you compare those before and after, you would look at your margins. Because those
asset growth as well, Tim. That would be the other piece I would add to that. Just sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, and I welcome your interruption so that I get it correct. So we get it correct. It sounded to me, Kirsten, like you were also asking about equity percentage and how that capitalization might affect that. And I think it's very little effect on that other than through the margin. Really, the equity percentage is the flip side of how much debt we have against assets. So the really good news here, equity has gone up because we have decreased debt the last few years quite significantly. We've had, I could be wrong on this, but about a 10% decrease in our debt percentage in the last 4 or 5 years. And with that decrease, we have saved the co-ops significant amounts of money from lower interest rate costs. So, that equity percentage going up is another indicator. It's the balance of the balance sheet on this aspect, and I think we should celebrate that. It also, the comments that I've heard from some members about our debt increasing exponentially, everything, are just not accurate at all. Debt has gone down, and we should be mindful of how much money that has saved. A lot of that has come about with the CEO change we had with Jessica, and also with Patrick coming on board as a CFO, and really close mindfulness of the expenses and how we spend money on capital. These are really good news stories. And my point in asking about the equity percentage was really to illustrate, we have an opportunity to illustrate how debt has gone down, equity has gone up. Yes, we're technically in violation, but as Chris said, that's good news, especially as we move into an era where we will take on debt in order to pay the exit fee. It's not a buyout, it's an exit fee. And get away from tri-state where we will have a lot more independence. So correct me if I'm wrong on any of that, Patrick, financially, because
That's very well said. As far as the equity percentage, Tim, that was very accurate. It's the margins, the impact to margins is how that would flow through to equity. That was perfect. And I appreciate the trajectory on debt has been down. It's been going down. As we get into KRTAs, you'll see, meaning going back to those metrics, there are some slides that illustrate from 2014 to now, the change in the debt load at LPEA has been beneficial. It's saved millions of dollars in interest expense. So I appreciate you highlighting that.
thank you, Pat.
Okay, Kirsten, do you have follow-up about this specific issue item?
Yes, I do follow up on that specific about the equity percentage. Patrick, on the first slide when we were talking about it, it's 56%, which was out of bounds. You did mention that it can be hard to undo that, or it can be a little harder to unravel. And I didn't understand that at the time. Perhaps I should have asked it then. At what point does the equity percentage become an issue if it gets too great? Or what were you concerned about on that slide?
Oh, my concern was that it wasn't that the boundary on the programming, it's not lighting up yellow, because really it should have this is more of a technical issue on our presentation, because it is out of the compliance scope. So that likely should have a yellow exclamation point. As far as managing that, this is tactical. We are running into, Tim just alluded to this, we're going to be issuing debt here soon, and we'll pick up a large asset. As soon as that we see that asset growth in the form of regulatory assets, this comes back into a different number. We'll have to work through what our KPIs are post exits, but so I forecast this number to change. This is a tactical run up though, to have that number a little bit higher than the range. Managing equity, we're talking about member capital, right? That's the members
Right, that's what it
piece.
was.
Yeah, it's patronage capital, right, as a percentage of assets, so to speak.
Right.
Managing the patronage capital distributions, that's one way you can reduce your equity. That's tactical, and that's a bigger conversation for this meeting, in my opinion, but I am just the CFO, so.
Super, that's what it was. It was about the payback to our members who helped us build that equity. Super. And then this is maybe a silly question, and those of you on the FAC can probably answer it real quick. So the equity percentage, so 56% is equity, and the next one says that 58% is debt. And so I'm not understanding how those happen. What I would think these are reverse of each other.
Debt to equity is one, and then assets, equity as percentage of assets is the other. So as you start to move into a higher leverage situation, you, like, for instance, you might look at, I use Tri-State as an example, as you sat on that board. They look at equity as a percent of total capitalization. This is a similar metric, if that makes sense to you.
So that's a capitalization, not of, got it.
Debt to equity, you're looking at, the debt to equity ratio is a different ratio that looks more of the debt burden. So, right. For instance, United, before United left Tri-State, I think, and United, if they're on the call, don't kick me for this, I don't have that great of a memory, somewhere around 1.3 times debt to equity, where we're at 0.6.
Okay. Thank you for that reminder. I forgot. As soon as you started saying it, I now remember what the difference is. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's go ahead and keep moving. Is there any more slides, Chris?
Yeah, just one more. This is definitely turned into a wide-ranging dashboard discussion. I guess we can, the board can use its board time however it would like. But of course, the dashboard is designed to be a quick recap of last month. But lots of great questions and discussion today. But let's take a look at the last slide together. Really just wanted to highlight one thing on here, which is the collaboration that we're working on with the City of Farmington. I had a chance to meet my counterpart, Hank Adair, And we put in motion several ways that we're going to be working to cooperate together over the next year or two. One of those is to get a mutual aid agreement in place. We've never had one with them before that I'm aware of. And I'm pleased to report that we've got that language now finalized, and we should have this executed shortly. But wanted to just provide that update that we're going to really lean into working closely with our neighbors, including the city of Farmington. And historically, we have not had agreements in place with them, and I think this is the perfect time to solve that problem. So great progress on that front. And of course, lots of thanks to the whole team for supporting me in getting those agreements in place. Kohler.
Rachel.
Let's go ahead with Rachel. Her hand was up first, Chris.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Again, I can only see a few people at a time, so sorry about that.
No worries at all. I was just hoping, so the project with the 4 different battery manufacturers, is that a scalable solution for addressing, like, are you all looking into that as a scalable solution for some of our constraint issues, and then also DER type stuff in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll let Dan chime in with some of the additional detail, but we see different types of storage options as very important, both at the DER level or distributed level, as well as more the grid management level. So you might think of that as batteries at a substation, for example, that would be supporting a larger area. So both, I think, are going to be really important to us. The good news is battery technology is improving very rapidly. And the cost profile of that technology is improving very rapidly. So yeah, this would be a recurring theme that the board will hear about, and you're going to see some of that as we digest the results of the RFP. But let me kick it over to Dan for additional detail.
Yeah, Rachel, this specific bullet here addresses more residential scale battery energy storage systems. And to get these to work, they are meant to work in a consumer-based environment, in a homeowner-based environment. And it takes a little bit of working to get them to respond and act the way the utility wants them to. So it takes quite a bit of work to get the settings figured out on each manufacturer's battery to have it perform the way we would like it to perform, where it's charging during the peak solar production hours, discharging during our peak load hours. So that's what this is about.
And just one quick follow-up on that. So we talked with 4, just to get a sense of it. Are there 6 battery manufacturers total, or is this like, this is a tiny little smidge and this is maybe
I would say
big,
with these 4, we're covering 95% of the battery manufacturers that are used in our service territory.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Rach, for the question. I think most problems on our grid can be at least partially solved by throwing some batteries at it. So glad to see that that continues to be something we grow on our system. Go ahead, Kohler.
Yes, in the second column, Chris, and the second bullet, the several members of the Grid Alliance and innovative partnerships. I'm struggling to figure out what you're trying to say in that. Could you elaborate a little bit about what's mentioned in that bullet, please?
Sure. Yeah, this was an example of our team doing some extra education and webinars around the opportunities for vehicle to grid technology. We have done that already with the school district around the electric bus and being able to discharge that battery for power to the grid. So you can imagine it going both directions. That's really what vehicle to grid technology is about. And so our team, the GRIP team, looking more closely at that through a webinar, but let me see if Dan wants to add anything there.
Yeah, Kohler, it's a lot of summits and meetings and presentations on V to X. And when we say V to X, that could be vehicle to home, vehicle to grid, vehicle to something that it's powering. That's what vehicle to X is. And it's got some tricks and some technology hurdles behind it. And that's some of the things we're coming away and walking away from this. It's not a slam dunk, just ready for prime time quite yet, but we're staying on top of it, trying to watch the state of the industry.
Okay, so that would be the several years away that it mentions in there. Okay. All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, go ahead, Kirsten.
Yeah, Nicole, this is a process question. Chris was talking about, well, this is how you're choosing to spend your time by asking a lot of questions on the on the dashboard, looking at the agenda, I don't really see any other place that we can ask these kinds of questions. So are we out of bounds with the level of questions we're asking, or is this appropriate?
Struggling with that as well, Kirsten. I'm like, this is all of our time. It's more time than we allotted for this section, but we moved more quickly through other things. So, and I also feel like, I see a lot of the attendees who are asking for more transparency. The members, they're here still, and this is a great opportunity for us to dig into this in a public setting. Nothing that has been said so far by directors has been out of bounds. I'm just trying to control our agenda and our time, because this is the commitment we all made to each other, and we're, when we take more time for some things, we're going to lose time for other things. So that's what I'm balancing. I don't think anything's been inappropriate. It just was not. It's much longer than we normally spend on the dashboard. So that's what I think that comment was.
Okay, super. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry before when I called out Rachel's name, I didn't know my audio was still on. I didn't mean that when
Okay, thank you
she
for
was
that.
in line. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
totally my mistake for having my audio on.
Okay, so any more questions? Seeing no hands, let's move on to, I guess all that's left is the appendix, I believe, or maybe is there?
Yeah, I'm very happy to take questions about the appendix if there are any. I normally don't cover those each month. Our next slide is some of my favorite cows in the valley, and I'll end my remarks there and see if there are any final questions before we move on to the next part of the agenda.
Okay, go ahead, Joe.
I just had a question about the quarterly consultant report. I'm not sure if we address that here or wait till later. It's always, usually we've gone later, but I just want to check with you.
I think there's some confidentiality issues, correct?
Right. I'm well aware of that.
So if you can be discreet about it, if you can not use names and numbers.
Absolutely. That's what I always do. You guys know what I'm talking about, Chris?
All right. Yeah. I mean, do you have a question about a specific contractor? Or
My question is on the sixth item down, number 4653.
Okay. I'm worried we might be straying into
commercial
information here.
Let me ask my question. Is that a different organization than what we've been working with on the transition?
I don't believe so, but I am happy to do some digging and make sure that is
correct.
I'll say
I can answer that. That's no. We've worked with this. That organization has helped with ITC tax credits. They've helped with some engineering. They've been with us for quite some time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for a very robust dashboard discussion. We're about 8 minutes over, so we're kind of eating into our break time. I propose we do a 5-minute break, come back here at 11:13, or let's just go 11:15, and we will go start with the board action agenda. Okay, it is 11:15, and we are back in from our break. Our first item under board action agenda is the Committee on Policies update. We have a new secretary, Mr. John Witchell. Would you like to give us a report?
Yeah, we met. This was a strange month. Because of timing, we're going to end up meeting twice this month. The first month was pretty lightweight. We just sort of started a number of discussions, getting my feet under as the new leader, and then I'm doing a more substantive dive. Next month, we didn't. I thought the meeting minutes were supposed to be in the package, but I don't think I gave Janelle the approval that she needed in time. I will not make that mistake a second time. But I have no actions or upcoming actions for the board meeting or for the board at this time. But I should have something within a month. How's that?
That's good. Would you like to call on questions?
Yes, go ahead, Rachel.
This is just across the board, but when folks give their updates, can they just say who the members of the committees are, since maybe I think things have changed
or may have since last month?
Sure. I'm on the committee. Let's see, let me get this right, because there's a bunch of staffers too. Who's it? Rick, Elizabeth's on the committee. I'm on the committee. I feel like there's a pop quiz. David's on the committee. Joe's on the committee, and Chris is on the committee. And is that everyone? Did I miss someone?
Yes, that's everyone.
All right.
Get to be secretary one more month. Any other questions for John? Great. Now I will pass the mic over to our treasurer, Tim Wheeler.
Thanks, Nicole. So yeah, after the election and then the election of officers by the board, I was reelected as the treasurer, and that makes me also the ex officio chair of the Finance and Audit Committee. There is a new member, in addition to two members that were on last year that were continued. That's a decision made by the president of the board. So the members are Chris Hansen and Patrick Berry are there as in their role as CEO and CFO respectively. And then David Lucian and Kohler were reappointed, and Dusty Mars was appointed by Nicole. And we met on July 10th. The meeting report is in your packet. I will note just a couple of things here. It was not a heavy lift meeting this month. A lot of review of things from the past. One key was there were some restated May financials, which we had reviewed in June, but there was a sort of a clerical error, and so that was restated and brought to us, and I included those in the report. And essentially revenue was where the clerical error occurred, and the good news was that revenue for May went up as it had been incorrectly booked to June. So that improved also the margin for operating margin for May. And we also then reviewed June financials, which are were in Patrick's report earlier. And those numbers are also boding well. And then we spent time in an executive session on the risk policy process update, which was due to this risk policy that we had adopted is being updated as we move into the bridge period. And that document, I'm told, is confidential based on the advice from both our consultant, TEA, the energy authority that is guiding us in this, and Patrick, because it can provide, because this will be entering a market, the SPP, and that will, how our policy is structured and outlined could provide proprietary information to other trading partners, which would not necessarily be beneficial for LPEA. And we also talked about the financing update, fast track communications update, and an update on Tri-State's Formula 8 2024 performance, which contains information proprietary from Tri-State that they ask us not to disclose. So I'll take any questions if anybody has any at this point. No questions, so back to you, Nicole.
Okay, thank you,
Catch
Tim.
up on all that time, I guess.
All right, we have a new action agenda under it's item C, forecasted forecasted emissions update. Just a reminder to the board, last month, this was a request we made, so I appreciate the board hearing, or the staff hearing that and providing that for us. I don't know that this is a presentation, or am I just opening the floor for questions?
Oh, yeah, I think we do have a short presentation ready, and I'll turn it over to Dan.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. You'll also see this presentation in your board packet as well. Let me go ahead and share my screen. It's a short presentation, but let's see if I can. Let's see, are you seeing my screen now?
Looks good.
Now let me get this. Now you should be seeing it in presentation mode. Okay. So we sort of informally talked about this at our last, at our board of directors meeting when we were in Pagosa Springs on that, but I wanted to give you some of this in a presentation format, make this public as well. And this is addressing our emissions projections for our bridge period. And that's going to be covering that period from 2026 through the end of 2027 up to 2028. And here's our carbon goals that we have set in front of us right now. If you recall, LPEA set a goal really just before the state set its. And LPEA set a goal to reduce our carbon footprint by 50% from 2018 levels. And it's key to keep an eye on this base year, so 50% from 2018, whereas when the state released their GHG reduction plan, and these are both by 2030, by the way, and it's saying by 2030, we will reduce it by 80% from 2005 levels. So which of these actually results in a lower CO2 emissions rate? It's actually the states. So that is going to be the one we're focusing on meeting, because if we meet that, we're automatically going to meet ours as well here. Now, another part is, as part of that law, cooperatives have 24 months to submit their clean energy plan. That's what CEP is, after they depart a G&T as well. So just a little bit of background on what goes into this and on how these calculations were made. LPEA obviously will continue purchasing its power from Tri-State up until April 1st of 2026. So that is using Tri-State's emission factors up to April 1st of 26. And then after April 1st, we will be transitioning to the GHG content with our new portfolio, which will consist of 40 megawatts of firm service from Tri-State. That firm service contract has a 50% renewable content in it. And the Dolores Canyon PPA from Tri-State at 40 megawatts. Aceto Hydro, as we talked about earlier, at 5.5. We'll have a harvest waste heat recovery PPA in place for 5.5 megawatts. And then the rest will be purchased from Mercury as the backstop as a hedged load following product that we market purchases. Now, these market purchases that we do acquire from Mercuria to determine the GHG content on that, we'll be using the EPA's eGrid data. And we're going to get into that here in a little bit more detail here in just a second. For the Rocky Mountain Power Area region. And they have what that is stated as of 2013. And then as we go into the future, we're using the state's Colorado's Air Pollution Control Division Clean Energy Plan workbook. And that'll have a GHG forecast for the region for 2030. And we'll be transitioning to that linearly over time. To show you what I meant by the eGrid, EPA's eGrid data. That's a bit of a mouthful, but you can go to this web link right here and find emissions for different subregions across the United States. We're focused on the Rocky Mountain Power Area here. And you'll see here that in 2023, I'm sorry, I mean, it said 2013 earlier, 2023, the GHG emission was 1,037. And when we talked about the Colorado's Air Pollution Control Workbook, they're forecasted that this region will be, it's on a decline with the projects being proposed. By 2030, they're projecting this region to be 525 pounds. So we took a lineal approach from 2023 to 2020 or to 2030 for that. And that resulted in this chart here. And I'm going to explain a little bit here. Of course, it's spanning quite some time, all the way from 2005 to 2027. Of course, most of this is in the past, just to see where trends have gone. There is a gap here with these first two bars between 2005 and 2018, where I just included both these years because these were the benchmark years that coincided with the two goals that were sitting out there. And the red line is showing the trend of CO2 emissions as time has gone on and where they would go with our new power portfolio, considering that a portion of our power will still be purchased from Tri-State, which is indicated by the gray bars here. The orange section here is what we'd be purchasing from Mercuria through market purchases. The dark gray is the Tri-State firm PPA. The green is the Dolores Canyon, a little bit of yellow here for our solar. The blue is our hydro, and the purple would be from Vallecito there, or from Harvest, I'm sorry. And then, of course, the last year shown here as a full departure from Tri-State, the one full year, and what that breakout looks like, what our emissions look like. And the green line is our goal that we have to get to by 2030. And that's where we're going out with our current RFP, looking for the right projects. That's the number one thing that we have to accomplish, is get this red line down to the green line. And that's very achievable through the projects that we've been proposed that we'll talk about later here in an executive session. But I wanted to give you this quick snapshot and update on where things stand today and where we're planning to be in 2027. I see Dusty has a question there.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Just for myself and maybe some members of the audience that may be listening, what authority does the state of Colorado have to implement air quality or GHG reductions through our efforts? I guess what are the ramifications maybe for not meeting that? And then the other part of that is there any foresight or insight people may have as to what the changes at the federal level may influence Colorado's laws? I thought I'd read something about restrictions on states not being able to require things more stringent than federal guidelines. But anyway, I just was curious if anybody had any insight as to those.
I can probably handle those questions. So Dusty, the state of Colorado passed a law in 2019 setting up the CEP requirements that Dan mentioned. Those are legally binding on all the electricity producers in the state. As was mentioned, we have to submit our own plan 24 months after we leave our G&T. Right now, Tri-State is submitting on our behalf. As we go independent, we would have to submit our own plan to meet that legal requirement. What would be the ramifications? We would likely be fined and end up in court. There's not a clear precedent on this, but it would probably be similar to breaking pollution control limits. At Suncor, there's some legal precedent from how those fines would potentially be levied, but that, speculation because there's not clear case law on this at this point. To your question about what might happen at the federal level, executive orders cannot cancel state law. There is the possibility the Congress could pass an overarching piece of legislation. I think that's highly unlikely in the near term because it would be subject to Senate filibuster. So we're not anticipating any change in the legal requirements for LPEA. Brad, do you have a question?
Yeah, Dan, on the emission parameters page where it talks about power purchase agreements, is Williams Field figured into any of these megawatt providers?
So Williams was purchased by Harvest.
Okay. And that's only 5.5?
That's correct.
Huh.
But it runs 24/7. That's why it's a bigger piece of the bar. That's why the purple's bigger than the hydro, which are equivalent in megawatts, but one runs year round and one runs more during irrigation season.
I gotcha. And going to the emissions, LPEA forecast energy portfolio emissions, those are emissions from whoever the provider is.
I'm not sure I'm quite following. These would be the emissions from each of the blocks, like the orange block for Mercuria is using the emissions of the market. And then each one of these others are project-specific emissions.
Yeah, so that's what I'm asking. LPEA is forecasting emissions from the people producing power.
Well, it's real easy when it comes to the hydro, the waste heat, the solar, they're zero.
Right.
Then the only other one, then of course we have Tri-State block, and Tri-State provides us their emissions level. So I'm not guessing at that. That is something they provide. And then the same with the firm product from Tri-State. It's going to be half Tri-State, half renewable. So then they'll blend those two together for that block.
Yeah. So yeah, my point is this isn't all the emissions produced by our area. This is providers for our power.
It's the emissions for the power that LPA is consuming that we are purchasing. It's not, we are not going to claim all of Tri-State's emissions. It's just the portion that we're purchasing from Tri-State at their rate of emissions.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought.
All right. Director Landis.
Wow, that was official. Hello, good Sir Harms. So remind me, I'm thinking back to some of the requests we've had for people to see what our portfolio looks like, and then also on the kind of changes in emissions profiles we're projecting. Has this gotten out there, and we can share, I mean, this is obviously public session, so we can share all this information moving forward, correct?
Yep, this is information that we've shared in our town hall meetings.
Great. Beautiful. And then one other thing, and this might just be an artifact of times gone past. I recall a conversation we had, I don't think it was that long ago, but where we were trying to get really clear on what it was we were actually measuring and the apples to apples comparisons around emissions. Is it just with the electric and the power production? Is it our full footprint as an organization plus power? And so that was one of the other things I see. There's a slight, could be slight variation on between our goal and the state's goal. And so once again, I think that'll be something exciting to clean up during strategic planning.
Agreed. Yeah, we were always intended to have that be from power. But that obviously wasn't clear. So good point. Yes, Director Skehan.
Well, Mr. Harms, on your map page.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. So it shows SP North and SP South at 862 and 872. Is SP SPP? So are they cleaner than RMPA?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And
it also,
thank you. That's my
SPP also reaches all the way up to the north here. That does include the MROW. I'm not quite sure what that acronym stands for, but it's also lower.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
I want to call him Timmy, but I have to say Director Wheeler.
Thank you, VP Harms.
CSO Harms.
Pardon?
Oh, CSO Harms.
CSO, I'm sorry. I got it wrong. I'll try and do better in the future. So in the next slide, right, the emissions rate, I'm curious why there is any emissions from the solar.
There's not.
But it shows up in the bar.
That's okay. I should have explained what that
I
was.
thought it was just, that's the amount of power we're getting.
That's the amount of megawatt hours from each one of those. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yep, the bars go with this scale over here on the left. The lines go with the scale on the right.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay.
Yep, that's how we're meeting our demand, our forecast demand for 2026 and 2027.
So just to clarify, there are no emissions from the LPA solar generation.
There's no emissions from the purple, the blue, the yellow, or the green.
Perfect. Thank you, Dan. By the way, I would just say, I love what you're presenting here. I'm very thankful for you all for producing it, and I look forward to seeing it as we go as we implement this. And yeah, just grateful. Thanks much.
And Director Compton.
Yeah, so you stole my thunder, Tim. I'm just going to mimic your comment. Dan has knocked it out of the park with his charts and graphs again.
This was implementing Chris's vision here. All right, we'll stop sharing then. Thank you. I think you're muted, Nicole.
Get a second chance to say that better. Thank you both for taking our idea and improving upon it and presenting us something tangible that, you know, this is one of our goals, and this is a way to monitor our goal. So thank you. Now let's move on to item number E, where we will verify or certify. Oh, no, excuse me. Item number D, let's get to the county fair delegates. I know in District 1, we have already talked. I don't know if there needs to be a presentation or if I just open the floor for an opportunity for nominations and self-nominations.
I think that's probably fine. I think,
Okay.
you know, nominations, including self-nominations.
Okay, let's go ahead and start with Archuleta County. So do we have a nomination for the Archuleta County Fair delegate?
So can I'll make a motion by the memo that was here, and I would move to appoint Director Mars for Archuleta County and also Director Blake for La Plata County.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, you've got a couple seconds. I'll let Janelle choose which one she wants to use. Looks like we have a little discussion. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, I would self-nominate for La Plata County.
Okay. Do we have any other nominations or comments?
Yeah, so there's a motion on the floor. I don't know what to do now. If he
I mean, I think we'll interpret that motion as a nomination. There was a call for nominations. I appreciate Kohler tracking the memo as was presented. He did sort of follow the instructions that we'd outlined. But I think at this point, we've so far at least had one vacancy that has multiple nominations. We should probably find out what all the nominations are, and then we can have people that accepted their nominations give a small statement before they vote.
Okay, so thank you for that. Do we have any other nominations? Okay.
I see Brad's hand is up.
Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, I hope this is the appropriate time, but I appreciate Kohler's nomination, and I would accept that nomination. I've been a long time supporter of the local fair here for decades, and would like the opportunity to continue that in a role as a director here at LPEA, and would appreciate your support on that. Thank you.
All right, well, Brad has spoken about his nomination. I'll open the floor then for other nominees. Sticking with La Plata County, Tim, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I'm not adamant about this at all. Over the years, I've been impressed by what LPA does for the agricultural aspect and for the 4-H club in this regard at the county fair. and would enjoy the opportunity at some point to do that. You know, I came from an agricultural background where I grew up, worked on farms a lot in my youth, and had a compost business, well, still do. So I have some affinity and appreciation for it, and but I'm not married to it. So whoever you think is the best, please vote for them. Thank you.
Okay, why don't I, before I go to Rachel, let's go to Dusty, and then I'll open the floor if there's any other questions. Go ahead, Dusty.
Thanks. I appreciate the nomination. I grew up doing 4-H. I attribute a lot of who I've become and what I've been able to accomplish in my life from the traits and skills that I acquired through those years of experience. And so having the opportunity to go in and see and interact with the participants in the fair and just give them some encouragement as to what they're gaining through this experience will be it'd be a good opportunity for me personally, and I think I'll be able to represent LPEA well in that regard too. So thanks again for that nomination.
Okay, go ahead, Rachel.
So, the current state of food security in our region is challenging. It's gotten worse since COVID, and under the big bill, what's coming down the pike is pretty dire. And so I know last year we were able to use our LPA purchases and donate it to food access organizations across the region. The animals we purchased, we got slaughtered, and then we chose to donate. It's an option. I'm curious for all the candidates if that's something you would be interested in. And this is relevant. It affects my vote. Thank you.
Okay, I will allow any of the candidates who would like to respond to Rachel's request for more information to do so now. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, thank you. And great question, great thought. I've been a supporter of our food bank here, again, for decades in the local community and other food pantries, and would love to chat with you about that sometime, how we might be able to synergize that with La Plata County and Archuleta County. But I think it's a great idea, and I think there's opportunity to do that still. There's buyback programs and other programs that might fit into exactly what you're recommending. So thank you.
Open the floor for any other responses. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, I'm quite open to that idea. I must admit I don't have the greatest familiarity about how that works within the fair, the purchase and so forth. So I'd be excited if I were nominated or selected to talk with you about it and see how it could be accomplished in the best way possible. I'm a strong supporter of supporting local food systems and the nonprofits that support it. So very open to it. Thank you.
Okay. So now, Graham, would I just call for a vote on La Plata County first, and then, or
I think we could do an
Rachel.
acclamation vote as Dusty is the only nominee in Archuleta County. I think we could just have an acclamation vote for Dusty.
Okay.
So if is anyone opposed to Dusty serving as the Archuleta County Fair representative? I don't see any opposition, so he would be he's our Archuleta County Fair delegate. And then as far as the vote, we can, if anybody wants, our automatic vote would probably be by show of hands as for the La Plata County Fair, but if anybody wanted to, you could make a motion. I could find a way to facilitate a ballot vote if people wanted to vote that way.
Does anyone feel like they need a ballot vote? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, let's just vote by show of hands.
So all in favor of Brad, who was the original nominee, Please raise your hands, hold them up so that Janelle and I can account for them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. And just reading up on how we need to report these election votes on our minutes on Robert's rules based on last month's minutes. We will go ahead and need to vote, even though Brad has a majority of the votes. We'll still need to have who votes for Tim. So all in favor of Tim, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you very much. So Brad is our Plata County Fair delegate for 2025.
Okay, thank you, Brad and Dusty, for agreeing to serve as our delegates at the fair. Now let's move on to item number E, where we will verify or certify a voting delegate for the 2025 Region 7 Business Meet, NRECA Region 7 Business Meeting. That's October 6th through 8th in Bellevue, Washington. So I will open the floor for any nominees. I think that's the way, and then discussion after nominees.
I think so, yes.
Okay, go ahead, Tim.
My suggestion is we don't send anyone and save ourselves some money. So it's a nominee for no one.
Okay, and no nominee. Do I have a second on that motion? Okay, got a few seconds. And we will open that up for discussion. Go ahead, Rachel.
What happens at this meeting and what do we normally do?
I can answer that since I went last year. This is where we proposed our geothermal resolution. So this is an opportunity for the resolutions that got proposed during the process for NRECA in June. There's a couple iterations, but it will come before the region for any amendments. And also it's an opportunity for new resolutions to be considered. And this is basically the direction that as a trade association, we're giving to our lobbyist to advocate for on our behalf.
Thanks for the clarification and reminder. From your and Kirsten's perspective, is it worth it? Do we actually gain some great networking, have any influence, or is it just a button seat, basically?
I will let Kirsten answer that first, and then I will add some color afterwards. Go ahead, Kirsten.
Yeah, we might have different color on this, Nicole. It comes and goes. At the annual meeting this last year, there was a lot of chance for networking, and it was mostly because of the diversity resolution, and that was being messed around with. So I was able to connect with a whole bunch of like-minded folks and also progressive co-ops. And so that was a kind of a special kick this year. It doesn't always happen. Usually I'm talking to the guy next to me who doesn't think whatever, doesn't, believes in all sorts of things that I do not believe in. So sorry, my phone just decided to ring. There you go. So I think it's worth it sometimes and sometimes not. And this time Holy Cross has a whole bunch of resolutions that they put up. I think 2 of them got passed the resolutions committee. It would be good if we could send somebody to support them. There's a lot of education opportunities if anybody wants to do that there. In addition to the courses, which you have to pay for, they do have a lot of good seminars and stuff. Last year, they had a really good one on the rating committees, and I haven't seen what they are this year, but it kind of depends on the director who goes and as far as what they get out of it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, before I pass the mic over, just since I was there last year, I'll also offer my feedback on it. I think it is what you make of it. So if you had someone who felt really strongly that they would go there and represent LPEA and come back with good information, I think it can be worth it. I kind of disagree with some of when the value of the seminars, the non-paid for education. It felt like it was a platform to me. A lot of them were a platform for the trade association to solidify the opinion of its members. And I thought that was negative. So, you know, I know just to kind of, I talked to Chris about this agenda item, and I think the larger discussion about, you know, our role in NRECA and CREA will be part of our budget. So this is, you know, this is really specific to like, do we think someone should go to this regional meeting with these, you know, the agenda items as put forward. So that was I don't feel very strongly that it's a great use of member funds. But if I could be convinced if I heard from the right advocate. Go ahead, Tim.
So are any staff planning to go? Is Chris going?
Tim, I'm not currently planning on going.
So there'd be no one attending from LPA if we don't send a delegate. Is that correct? At this point. And I don't, perhaps supporting Holy Cross, my gut tells me from reviewing the results of many of these over the years that the kinds of resolutions that come out of Colorado rarely get adopted unless they're very technical. And I don't know the nature of Holy Cross, but if they're very technical, they tend to get adopted on the merit. There's a lot that are somewhat political in my view, and I don't think our vote makes one bit of difference one way or another, so we spend money. So I think that to me is the value, the true value of going to these. Do we make a difference or not? And we're overwhelmed, I think, usually. As you know, as for networking and so forth, we have lots of opportunities to network, in my opinion, on things more relevant to Colorado through CREA and others. So that's the reasoning behind that. And if Chris were going, then we could appoint someone like, you know, appoint Chris as the delegate. And we've done that with, we did that with, I think, Jessica once or twice. So without that, I think it just reinforces for me that we should probably not send anybody. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tim. Go ahead, Dusty.
Yeah, if it is something that would be beneficial, and I am looking for training opportunities that any of the board members would recommend would be beneficial for me. I'd be willing to knock out two birds with one stone and maybe allocate that toward my training budget rather than having it spent specifically to send a delegate. I don't have any insight into that. I was just offering that up as a possible idea. No opinion one way or the other.
Hey, Dusty. Go ahead, Kirsten.
Yeah, Tim, the Holy Cross one that I think is most interesting is their one about having a reasonable transition in energy sources. And it's in reaction to the tax and spend bill as far as trying to make things move too fast backwards. So that's what that's about. The Dusty, I think it would be, I think it's as Nicole says, it depends on who goes and what you get out of it. And if you're willing to talk to people, you can learn a lot. I also believe that being in the room, even if you're way outnumbered, is much better than choosing to not be in the room at all. So I go for, I'd like us to send somebody to that. And as long as we remain members of NRECA, I think we need to fully take advantage of our membership.
Go ahead, Brad.
So one of the thoughts that I have is there much to talk about with new technology, things that are actually happening out away from what we're doing, things that maybe we're not seeing. I know as a member of CCI, as a commissioner, there were many things that other counties were going through and things that were happening to them that we could get out ahead of. Instead of lagging behind, we would actually be ahead of the game. I'm kind of like Tim, I'm up for saving the money, but are there things that we might glean or might benefit from other co-ops going through that we're going to experience or that we're going to have trouble with in the future? And I would particularly be interested in new technologies. I think that power is going to change drastically in the next 10 years, and I'm interested in all things power that way.
Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thanks. Just wanted to add a little bit more information. So I decided not to attend this meeting after looking at the format and having been to some similar meetings with NRECA. I have found a lot more value in speaking with my peers at the CEO gatherings that they have, where I can really dig in on many of the subjects Brad just mentioned, and operational issues, wildfire mitigation, et cetera. That has been more useful for me. So I just want to give that extra information to the board. I'm learning a ton from my peers in the industry. I've found the kind of general meetings to be less valuable, and so prioritized the other formats.
Thank you, Chris. And just in an effort to answer Brad, from my opinion, no, this is not at all cutting edge technology. It's not forecast for what, the future of energy. It's more about it was not a place to go and learn information about how other, at least in a formal sense, how other co-ops are dealing with the problems they face, or what what energy technology is looking like in the future. Okay, so seeing no other comments, we've got a motion on the floor to send no one, and we have a second. Can I go ahead and call for a vote to not send anyone to NRECA?
Maybe one last call for comments. Anybody else comment? Since Nicole sort of reminded us what the debate is now. Let's see, Kirsten has one.
Go ahead, Kirsten.
Yeah, I'm looking at the agenda, the general session. The first one is industry breakthroughs and their impact on your cooperative. Don't know how energy breakthrough it is. It's got some folks who are not from the co-op world that are going to be talking. So there is that, to answer your question, Brad. Other than that, the closing general session also has about investing in future. That's going to be the youth folks, and also about the cyber risk and co-op governance. So if you take a look at your cooperative.com, you'll be able to see what's going on as far as what the plans are for that.
Okay. Do we have any other comments? Okay, seeing none, I will call
Brad.
Brad.
Yeah, just the last thought I have is that is this a group that we're members of, that we're I guess we're paying a lot of money or paying some sort of fee to be in the group. Maybe that needs to be another general discussion.
Yeah.
If we're not going to participate, why are we doing it?
Thanks, Brad. That's what I was referencing before, that larger question will be discussed during the budget. So yes, I think you're hitting on a more central question that this board has been grappling with every time we have this decision to appoint someone. Okay, so any other comments? Seeing none, I will all in favor of not sending anyone to the NREC.
The motion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what the motion
Yeah,
was.
I think she's just restating the motion right before the vote. So
yeah.
So all in favor of
sending no one
to this.
Please signify by saying aye or raising.
Raise your hand. I appreciate the hand raising. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and Janelle, you get everybody. Oh, and sorry, 9. I think Dusty, I saw as well. Janelle, did you get all those?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and then all the voting nay votes.
1, 2. Two nays. All right. Brad, is that a nay for you?
Well, it's more of an abstain.
Okay, because we can have an abstention as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's more not knowing, not having the familiarity with it and why we're members of it, and I just think I'm more in a position of abstention.
That's fine. I think we'll call for abstentions here in a second. We'll note you as an abstention. So
Any abstentions?
Brad is noted as an abstention.
Okay.
Janelle, did we get everyone accounted for?
The count's off on the first one. We have 8, 9, and then Brad went to an abstention. So
you should have 9 in favor of sending no one. Then Kirsten and
yeah,
who else voted? John. That's I thought.
Johnny.
John voted in favor. Brad abstained. That should be 9 + 2 + 1 is 12, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, so I think we're accounted for.
Okay, thank you all for that discussion. And like I said, we will revisit the bigger discussion of that when we look at our budget. So we have one more board action agenda item. We are just as a time check, we're into our lunch break right now. So this is policy 108 records request. We have some information in our board packet. I don't know if Graham, you maybe want to present this since you wrote the report up.
Yeah, so we had a member request some information related to our voting data. I think I have drafted what I hope is a fairly thorough memo on that I would refer you all to basically there. To put a fine point on it, I think some of it is likely available for disclosure if the board wants to disclose it. But I do have some concerns about disclosing individual member data. We are a business entity and we are subject to some some member and consumer data privacy regulations that the government is not subject to. I understand the sort of nature of the request. It's possible to get a list of people who have participated in governmental elections through the Secretary of State's office, but I have concerns about releasing individual member information in our status as a non-government entity, as a business entity that has some member data privacy concerns and obligations.
Okay, Kirsten, do you have a comment?
Yeah, Graham, in your very thorough memo that talks about both the state rules and also Robert's rules, one of the things it says in Robert's rules is that the voting ballots are kept under seal and then it's destroyed after recount time. So is it after recount time and has that all been destroyed? And this
90 days. 90 days is the time in our policy. Is 105, right, Amanda? That says so. We still have all this information under policy 105.
Oh gosh, it seems so long time ago. Okay, it's only 90 days. Thank you so much.
Yep. Maybe I can call Rachel. I see your hand up.
Yeah, I was just gonna make a motion that we grant the members' request to release the percentage of members voting electronically in each district and deny the request for a list of individual members and their information.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Joe, are you seconding? Looks like, yeah.
Motion and a second. Now I will open the floor for discussion. Go ahead, Kirsten.
Yeah, can we break this up into two motions? There's going to be one for granting the request, part of the request, and another one for denying part of the request, because there may be some of us who would vote different ways on those two different issues.
I think we could call this a subsidiary motion to bifurcate this. Makes a lot of sense. Do we have a
Yes, let's
second?
bifurcate it.
Do we have a second on the motion to bifurcate? All right. Yeah, Kohler seconds. Okay. Do we have any discussion on bifurcation? No, we should proceed to vote. All in favor of splitting this into two, raise your hand. Please keep it up so we can see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So unanimous. Okay. So what the first motion is to grant the member's request for the percentage of members voting electronically in each district.
All in favor?
So I think we can have discussion on that.
Oh,
Can we,
okay, go ahead, John.
can we deliver that publicly, or do we have to deliver it to him personally? Or can we just close that publicly and just like do a press release that says 24% of the membership voted electronically, and then concurrently deliver it to him? Or does
That's a great question. So you have a lot of leeway in how you would like to make this delivered, right? You could, it's not identified as public information under policy 108. So you could make it public information on policy 108 and give it to everyone, or you could just give it to this requesting member, or you could give it to the requesting member under a non-disclosure agreement. Those are sort of your three options on delivery.
Okay, so offering my opinion here on how I intend to vote, I would be voting in favor of giving him the summary information if it was also concurrent with a press release to the general public. And I would not be in favor of doing it in NDA or otherwise giving one individual member. Let me stop. That's what I would be in favor of. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I back what John says. I mean, basically what this is asking for is campaign strategy for the next election. So I think putting all these numbers out to the public, I mean, just the percentages out to the public is the proper way to go. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Go ahead, Rachel.
I'm fine with publicizing that or having this be public, but I feel like us saying this must be a press release feels a little prescriptive.
Yeah, sorry.
Because I know that bandwidth is strategic, and so okay, we're on the same page there. Make it public, yay, we're on support, and let the staff figure out how they want to do that. Great.
Thank you, Rachel.
So I might offer an amendment to this motion that instead of saying that we grant this member's request for the percentage of members voting electronically, that instead we move to amend that to make the percentage of members voting electronically in each district public.
Friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment. Okay. And who was the original movement?
Rachel.
Rachel. Rachel, you're fine with that? Okay. So the pending motion is now to make the percentage of members voting electronically in each district public information available to all members. Tim,
you voting?
Okay.
Is there any more debate? No, we can go to vote. Madam President.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
All right.
Raising 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, unanimous.
Okay, great. So now we're going to take up the second part of the motion, which is to provide individual member information.
And I believe that the motion, as it was bifurcated, this motion is now to deny the request for a list of LPEA members who voted in the 2025 election in each district due to privacy concerns.
So
Okay,
moved.
do we have a second?
I think it was already pending when it was, but because it was part of the original motions bifurcated, I think we just take it up and go
Okay.
straight to discussion.
Great. Go ahead, Kohler.
Yeah, I'm really kind of torn on this because as a member, I really don't care to have my name out there that I did or did not vote. But I also feel that we put the name out there that they had access to when they were running. So we have put the names out there. And I would like to, some magically way, get an idea what the members feel like. But I think I'm going to vote to go ahead and release the names to the individual.
And maybe as a matter of policy context, I can offer this up, right? So the candidates receive the member contact information under a specific NDA that requires them to destroy or return all of that information once the election is over. Every candidate has certified that. I believe that is in the ESC's report. And so they don't have that information. No candidate has that information anymore, at least certified that they don't have that anymore to compare this with, I guess. So, and then also that information does require an NDA. So I just sort of put that out in kind of the context of how we have used the John Witchell's question of, do you make it public to the entire membership? Do you make it public to just the requesting member? Do you make it public, or do you make it confidential under an NDA? So just for context.
Well, I would just add to my comments that I believe we should still have those same requirements. The NDA and the other things, if we release those names, it has to be destroyed after a period of time.
And my follow-up question with that, Graham, is does that information the candidate get show who voted, or is it just a contact list?
So it's so there is a legal obligation to provide contact lists to board candidates, both under Colorado Nonprofit Corporation law and under Cooperative Electric Association laws. So candidates before an election have a right to that information under certain circumstances. This post-election information isn't really covered by any law.
And it's different information, right?
This is different. So they just have a list of how to contact, who is a member in their district, and how to contact them via mail and email.
Okay. It doesn't show if they actually voted.
Does the information they provided at the election cycle doesn't indicate how they voted last election. Yeah.
Thank you, Graham. Go ahead, Kirsten.
Yeah, I would like to speak in favor of not releasing this information. Kohler, I get your idea about privacy and that, gosh, we release the whole thing, but we do release the whole thing. So it's not private when we do it for everybody, because it's basically the address book for La Plata County and ARCHULETA County. So I'm good with that, and I know why we do it, and we do an NDA. For me, I don't like being identified as being an active voter in the federal and whatever, because I get more calls because I'm considered an active voter. So it is a privacy thing. You are giving information about a member that they may not want to share, and I would rather us not get into that business.
Thank you, Kirsten. Go ahead, Joe.
Yes, I think it would be a real violation of our members' privacy to approve this. I'm just kind of flabbergasted that it was brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Go ahead, John.
Here. I think it's an outrageous request. It borderlines predatory. It is wildly inappropriate for us to disclose our shareholders / members / co-op owners information beyond what is absolutely necessary and required by law. This is a disingenuous request, in my opinion, and it is something that we should absolutely deny. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, so in getting feedback, and this was brought up in one of our last discussions, that there had been numerous changes recently with LPEA. Just a lot of changes and people questioning. And when I was out campaigning, a lot of people were unhappy with any information being released, even to candidates. They were not happy that their phone numbers were released. But then on the other side of it, there were a lot of people that were unhappy that it had gone to electronic voting. They didn't trust it. They didn't understand it. There was just a lot of questions out there. And how can the question was brought up, well, how can we be sure that the votes are all legitimate? So I think on the other side, there are a lot of legitimate questions. Joe mentioned that it could be used in campaign strategy, but there are also a lot of people asking legitimate questions out there about who's doing the vote tallies. People had a lot of confidence in Tiffany Lee. She won't do it anymore. So now we've shifted the other direction. I just remind the board that there have been a lot of moving parts, and it brings up a lot of questions in people's mind. It brings up a lot of concerns in people's mind. And
Hey,
there could,
Brad,
yeah.
I need to interject here because we really should just be discussing the motion.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
And I would just like to, as a sort of point of clarification, that we did not, the cooperative did not disclose phone numbers, that any phone numbers that were utilized in this election were obtained from a source outside the cooperative.
Okay. Brad, do you have any comments left that pertain particularly just specifically to this motion on the floor?
No, I guess it was just that there is another side to this story.
Okay, thank you, Brad. Go ahead, Kirsten.
Yeah, concerning this motion and some comments that were made about the request, in my mind, I think this is a totally appropriate request to hear from our members, and I'm just so pleased that somebody actually took the effort to do it. And our duty is to discuss it and to decide. I don't think it's to pass judgment on somebody's request. And I would like to apologize to the person who put this in, that we maybe got a little overzealous, or if I got overzealous on my negative comments, I apologize. Thank you.
Any more comments before I call for a vote? Okay, so Graham, will you go ahead and you?
So the pending motion is to deny the request for a list of LPEA members who voted in the 2025 election in each district due to privacy concerns.
So all in favor of denying the request, please signify by saying aye.
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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right?
Okay. Nay votes. Please signify by raising your hand.
1, 2, 3. Okay. That accounts for everyone.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So it is now we have 10 minutes until the attorney comes back. Why don't we go ahead and call that a little bit of lunch maybe, and then we'll come back and hopefully have more lunch after our attorney update. So we'll see everyone back.
Rachel does have her hand up now. I don't know if this is something urgent.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Super fast. I just really appreciate what Brad brought forward, and I think it's helpful to hear that perspective. And if you really are hearing that from membership, it'd be great to hear from your lens, not an external member, how you think we could navigate or address that solution in-house, So I'd be interested in hearing more if you think that's really warranted. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Rachel. Okay, we will see everyone back in 10 minutes at 12:30. Okay, great. It is 12:30 and we are back from our short break. I see we have our attorney here, Matt Larson. And he is going to give us the update of FERC and related actions.
Great. Thanks, Nicole. Nice to see you all. Just a couple of quick updates, going again across APC, FERC, and then Court of Appeals. Start with Court of Appeals. There's currently briefing ongoing about when the cases that are related to CTP are going to be set for oral argument. Potentially they could be later this year. It's looking more like they'll be sometime in 2026. The 10th Circuit Court of Appeals is currently evaluating whether to basically, as you'll recall, there's multiple appeals going on, whether to consolidate them into a single oral argument, basically for judicial efficiency to decrease the number of arguments on this topic. So a vast majority of parties are in favor of consolidation. We'll see what the court ultimately does with it. So that's kind of update number one. No major updates at FERC particularly on the tri-state rate case side. That continues to be in a settlement negotiation. And then the last piece, which I believe happened in between when I was with you guys last time, is that the asset transfer with tri-state has been approved by the state PUC. There was no opposition to that filing, so that the commission deliberated on that. The PUC deliberated on that, and the PUC has approved that transfer. So, we'll review any kind of written order that comes out on that, but the oral deliberation was very positive. So that's the update. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Matt. Tim, go ahead.
So, talk quick and I write slow. So just for clarification, the asset transfer that you indicated from Tri-State by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission, that was a transfer to LPEA?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, just to make sure. Thank you.
It's a good clarification. I should have said that myself.
That's okay.
Do we have, go ahead, Kirsten.
Yeah, was there anything on the ERP out of PUC yet? I know it was supposed to come out July 11th, and I haven't seen anything yet. Have you? ERP for, okay.
No, I'm sorry. I have not. I know that there's been motions practice around some of the issues in Moffat County, but I have not seen any kind of formal commission decision on those items related to Moffat County in particular.
Thanks, Matt.
Do we have any other questions for Matt? Okay, thank you for that update, Matt. And then we'll go ahead and I'll accept a motion now to move into executive session. Go ahead, Tim.
I move that we go into executive session to have an attorney update on FERC and related actions, the power supply progress, real estate update, and I think there was a request for addition by Rachel. Maybe you would say what that was.
I have it.
Okay.
I have the agenda noted as an update on the Finance and Audit Committee's executive session subjects, tri-state rate and fast track.
Perfect. So those 4 items.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Nope. Well, we will see you all in executive session.
We still need to vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Vote.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And now find your link and we'll see you in executive session. It's 2:49. We're back in regular session and we've got no action related to the executive session. So that will bring us down to agenda item 10. We'll be looking at the attorney reports. Graham, do you want to go ahead and present that?
Yeah, I just refer the board to my written report and take any questions.
Any questions for Graham?
Tim?
Yeah, so that would include the ESC post-election review summary and recommendations. Is that part of it?
I'm willing to take my best shot at answering some of their questions. It's you can see in the board packet, their report is sort of appended at the back of my attorney report. So I will give it a college try.
Okay, thank you. So could you just maybe describe the process to address any of those recommendations that come out?
So the Election Supervisory Committee has, I think, a lot of sort of the process-based election questions and concerns will ultimately flow through the Committee on Policies to the board in potential changes to Policy 105 or Policy 107, which are currently being reviewed by the Committee on Policies, in part with some more specific language changes that I've suggested based on these recommendations. The committee wasn't getting into sort of specific wordsmithing regarding those. They just sort of more highlighted what they felt were areas of potential improvement in some of those policies, and that's what's kind of contained in their report. So a lot of that will flow through to the board through the Committee on Policies. Others things I think that are more operational are things that staff can perhaps address, but like a lot of these I think are sort of the day of logistics report, in-person turnout and space constraints, suggestions for the location of the voting booth away from high traffic areas. That's just a staff matter. We'll sort of like try and reevaluate where we have our annual meeting next, depending on the space we choose to have our annual meeting in next year. If we can sort of make improvements there, there's no real need for the board to act on that, as opposed to some of the other recommendations regarding policy changes, et cetera.
Okay, so just to recap, the recommendations would show up potentially in proposals that have been vetted by the Committee on Policies and presented to the board accordingly. That's a normal process. One other thing that I kind of wanted to ask, I had this question after the election, and after reviewing the financial disclosures through Policy 108, and I waited to see this report to see if there was anything there that might be germane to that. There wasn't really, so I'm just going to bring up that to me there was a very unusual situation in this election, whereby one rate class includes one member only, and that rate class made donations, substantial donations to the candidates. And I'm not asking for any action here, and I'm really applauding and giving credit to all the candidates for reporting those donations. But it is unusual. I think if, for example, all our industrial customers, right? All 18 or whatever it is, 19, had all made similar donations to a candidate, we would all scratch our head a little bit and go, is that a conflict of interest? And maybe it is, maybe it is not. Again, I'm not asking for the decision right now, but in this case, one member pays that rate, the purgatory snowmaking rate, if you will. That's a rate class, and I should say that is the snowmaking rate class, and there's one member that pays that rate, only one. And so on that basis, I just want to make us as a board aware that that there may be at some point in our fiduciary duty that we need to take a look at whether or not that's a conflict of interest for board members who received a donation from that rate class. Could be when we look at rate design that would include that rate. And again, it's an opportunity for discussion at that time and a decision either by the candidates that took the donation and are on the board, or it's for the rest of the board within our policy to look at. And again, I'm not asking for any kind of action now. It's more about awareness. I think we as a board need to have that awareness, and I don't feel it would be appropriate to wait till we got the rate design and then bring this up. The election just happened. We have the ESC report, and I'm just trying to raise that. It's a question for me. I think it should be for all of us as board directors. And I appreciate your listening, and that's my comment. Thanks.
Thank you for that comment, Tim. And I want to make sure that I guess there's comments that follow or following Tim's comment that would be heard next before we move on to another topic. So I saw some more hands come up during that. Kirsten, do you want to continue to comment that or
Yeah,
make sure?
continuing on that, I know, for instance, San Juan Citizens Alliance, I didn't even look at them this year, but I know in the past they've done a lot of in-kind, to the point of it being large, and they certainly have their own interests. So I don't know that I don't know it'd be an interesting discussion to have. I don't think it should just be about the snowmaking rate. I think it's I don't know if we're talking about undue influence by a single entity, perhaps. I'm interested in the discussion. I don't feel comfortable that we're pulling out a single rate member.
I think the difference is
because of it.
class, Kirsten. In the case of say all the industrial customers or irrigators or residential, one donation isn't going to have a potential effect, right? There's a whole bunch in that class. In this case, it's unusual because there is one person, one company, I should say, that basically pays that rate in that rate class. It has the potential to affect that rate class. Whereas you use San Juan Citizens Alliance or, I don't know, two of the top industrial customers, they're not necessarily the only ones in that rate class. It's highly diluted. They're not, in a sense, being able to capture the decision for that rate class in that one donation. I think there's a substantial difference there. At least that's how I say it. And I'm not, again, trying to create any sense of action needed at this point. You've asked, and I'm just trying to give you my awareness and sense of thinking around why this is unusual and why it is different.
Thank you for the answer.
Let's give Dusty. Go ahead.
Thanks. I think my comments were going to be more along the lines of what Kirsten had mentioned. So thanks for that clarification, Tim. I think I follow where you're going with that statement. So I think it is something to consider. Especially, with the San Juan Citizens piece, there's some IRS laws about supporting campaigns. And so when election candidates are then might be perceived as willingly participating in illegal activities, we gotta be cautious of that. So I think there's still more to look into for sure. But that's my only comment.
Dusty, let's go on to Ted now.
Yeah, thanks. This wouldn't be board action at all, but I would make a suggestion here, and it's, I guess, a little bit of maybe new board member advisory. So we do this process where we're all required to fill out conflict of interest forms, and when we do that, we don't make well, everyone does it a little bit different, I think, but the instructions are to list anything that you think could rise to the level of conflict of interest, and so the reason we do that is to allow all of us, to allow other board members to be aware of things that could fall into that category, and certainly it doesn't mean that they do. And all, case in point, I have, I think, ever since I started on this board, had something on that conflict of interest form. None of which I think ever rises to that level, but I list it anyway, so we're aware of it. And a little bit to Tim's point, it doesn't seem like, unless the board is diving into a specific issue that could cause this donation or any of the donations we're talking about to rise to the level of conflict, we won't need to discuss it. But if we don't know about it, we won't know that we might need to discuss it. And so my suggestion only is that that in cases like this, it should be listed on an individual director's conflict of interest form. So I'll stop there, but I do think that is an action that could be taken. Obviously, doesn't require board action.
Thank you, Ted. Go ahead, Joe or John.
I think I started to touch on this a little bit a few minutes ago, but I wanted to come back on it and be a little more precise in this context. I think that there is a brand integrity issue here and an organizational integrity issue that we need to start managing proactively here. And in this particular instance, what worries me the most is this idea that the camel's going to get his nose under the tent, meaning that once you sort of start opening this door and allowing large amounts of money to influence rate setting, you create a situation that's very difficult to stop. And so let me give you one example of what I'm afraid of here. I'm not afraid of the fact that one private equity firm put a bunch of money in one time. That's frustrating to those candidates on that cycle, but that doesn't speak to the integrity of the organization. But if it becomes clear that that's a vector for profitability, you can be sure that Albertsons will spend a couple $1 million over the next few years to gain control of the organization that's setting its electrical rates. Not because I think Albertsons is a good company or a bad company. It's just good business sense. It's a profitable way to do business. And they could spend $500,000 or $1 million over the next 3 or 4 years. And that would be a very profitable investment for them. And Albertsons is not alone, right? There are plenty of other organizations that are perfectly capable of doing that and saying, oh, well, we're a special case. And therefore, we're entitled to a special rate class. We're part of the food chain. So we're entitled to a special rate consideration at the expense of every other member. And so whether we manage this issue by voluntary recusal on conflict of under a potential conflict of interest, or we manage it through policy, or we manage it through other means, I think we need to start looking at this dead on and see it for what it is. And I'm with Ted on this. I think that the first way to do that is to put money, is to put up potential conflict on the disclosure form. That's not an admission of anything. Just like Ted said, we all fill these forms out and we try to be as expansive as possible. That starts the process of healing the organization. And that starts the process of making sure that this doesn't become an existential problem, because left unchecked, what we will see, as we are seeing actively throughout the United States today, is the privatization of our co-op. For sure, that will happen. Not because of any ideological belief, but because it's profitable to do so. And that's my real fear here. And as members who represent our community, we need to make sure that doesn't happen above all else. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And I just want to, I got a text from Rachel. She had to drop off at 3. So, Joe,
I'm on a different topic. So if anybody else wants to if they're still talking about this, go ahead.
Thank you. Kohler, are you about this or something else?
Yeah, I am about this because I'm really kind of bothered by it. I read the article in the Herald and I've heard people talking, and I didn't see where he specifically talked about snowmaking. He also is a member with his business up there and probably other businesses in the community. And if I were him in his position with different holdings that he has, I would definitely fight for lower electric bills. And as far as being a conflict on my conflict thing, I could say that with anybody that gives me any kind of money. I mean, I'm having a real issue with where we're going with this. I also don't think we should mention business names or individual names as we're talking about it. We talked about one that might do a certain thing. That kind of put the picture on that business. I think we're crossing a line that we shouldn't cross. So I'm pretty uncomfortable with this and wanted to put that out there.
All right, thank you, Kohler. Let's go to Kirsten. You're muted.
Mine's a new topic, so go to Joe's new topic before we go to mine, please.
Okay.
Yeah, a question on the report from the election committee. Ballot delivery concerns are raised about approximately 1,000 ballots returned by the Postal Service to LPEA. Can anybody shed any more light on that and what's going on?
I mean, it's misdelivered mail, right? Our SBS tenders the mail to the U.S. mail, and not all of it ends up being deliverable. Some of it is returned as undeliverable. It's something that's a bit outside of as you can see, the recommendation, right? It says the committee recommends LPEA investigate with USPS to understand the cause, right? But between the election supervisory committee, survey and ballot systems, and LPEA, this doesn't seem to be something within any of our control. I just sort of noted that there's not 100% delivery rate on our mail ballots.
Okay, and so when those came back to LPEA and they were tossed, or what happened?
Joe, they're currently in our safe.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Kirsten.
Joe, I know in Pagosa, a physical address does not necessarily mean a mailing address, so it'd be interesting if that's some of the problem. My two questions on this is in the election report, which I really appreciate them doing, in addition to all the work they do during the election, they also went to a large effort after the election. They recommended a record date of 45 days prior to the annual meeting as far as counting somebody as a member. And I know we always go through right before the meeting, making sure we vote in all members before the meeting. So I think this is totally counter, and maybe this comes out in policy discussions, I'm not sure. Graham, can you clarify that for me?
Yes, so most co-ops in the state, when I reviewed their bylaws, have a record date. So as a corporate entity, you can set a record date at which point you're saying these are the shareholders, right? Or in the case of a cooperative, members that are allowed to vote at that election. And it saves us sort of the issue of having to kind of do this last minute accountancy on the day of the election to sort of facilitate that. And it really was quite a dramatic use of staff time at the very end of the election, or between the end of our board meeting and the beginning of the annual meeting. It was a very difficult process to try and navigate, and it's frankly it's not necessary as a matter of corporate law, and almost every other co-op in the state uses a record date.
Excellent.
And so
okay.
that, I mean, it's much more standard to do that. And I don't know if we really needed to drill down on it. We could see how many votes you're potentially losing out on in that sort of gap of the actual participation rate is vanishingly small on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Dusty.
Yeah, just the return ballots piece that was, at least I had tried to reach out through physical mail to some of the members in our district during that election cycle, and I had a surprisingly large number return. What I thought was large. I had probably 20 to 50 returned hand addressed letters, and knew some of the people personally. So it was just outdated information, and I don't know if there's some way of validating our records prior to the third party sending it out. I'm sure that attempt's already made, but to your point, Graham, it's statistically insignificant. It's just one of those things that's probably going to be with any type of election. Some people just aren't going to receive their ballot through some type of data error.
And we do have some options for people to have alternate ballots if they note that they didn't receive it. We have ways to still allow those people to vote.
Yeah, that was my thanks. Yeah, that was my next point. Is those people that I had contacted had said, "Oh yeah, no, I'll be able to vote. You know, either online or through the other option of attending the meeting." So they were aware of those, and so it's just another reason that the online voting is probably beneficial for people to be able to vote with ease, just in addition to maybe some potential future cost savings. Along with the line of cost savings, was there anything around policy 105 or any, I know the committee had to meet several times on complaints or I don't remember, maybe not complaints, but violation of policy, or is there anything that you've had foreseen that we needed to add to help kind of streamline some of that? I saw it in their recommendations.
Yeah, so as far as policy 105, we do have quite a few suggestions that are pending. We did meet for an hour on July 7th and probably made it about a third of the way through our review of policy 105. We also have some suggestions to change policy 107, which is our campaign finance reporting, and just sort of based on some recommendations from the election supervisory committee. So yeah, there's gonna be some fairly decent adjustments to policy 105 recommended to the committee. Well, I can't speak for the committee on what it's gonna adopt or not.
Well, thanks.
Kirsten, you have your hand up.
I do. Graham, on your report, you talk about attending the NRECA legal meeting. I think you actually just came back from that. Was that a worthwhile event as far as NRECA goes, or as far as the legal world goes?
You know, I found this one to have, I was only able to attend 2 of the 3 days. They were meeting today as well, as I drove back last night to get home for this meeting. But there was a lot of interesting information. Frankly, they had just overhauled a few of their, I guess you might call them template products, right? They have a bylaw revisions guideline that they just updated last year that they brought out that I'm interested to dig into now that I have some time to kind of really unpack it. And they also updated their poll attachment for broadband communication poll attachments. They updated a lot of their poll attachment templates and legal advice for the first time in about 20 years. And so be interesting to see, to kind of unpack that a little bit and see what's coming out of that, you know. Otherwise it was, you know, on a personal professional level, it was nice that it was so close here, because that meant other Colorado co-op attorneys that I see infrequently I was able to connect with, like general counsel for DMEA and for United Power, and have some nice conversations with them about where they are and what some of the issues they're dealing with. And also Holy Cross has, I'd say Trina is probably more the equivalent of Elizabeth than me, but she's an attorney and has been an attorney in the Colorado co-op world for over 20 years. So she's got a lot of insight too.
Okay, any other questions on the attorney reports? Okay, let's move on now to director reports. Pull that up. Signed out, so I'm not sure which one. Is it Roundup that starts?
That's first on the list.
Okay, let's kick the mic over to you then.
All right. I briefly mentioned the 3 different entities for each category that were discussed at the roundup meeting, and offer up any questions or comments to the rest of the board.
Well, thank you for your report, Dusty. And go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, no, just quickly, Dusty, how did you find it? Just getting kicked off in that role.
Yeah, no, that's I think the Roundup Foundation is pretty. It's a real well-run organization. We got to offer see a lot of documentation behind everyone that applies. We got to talk directly with each one of the applicants about what they're needing the money for, and we dig into some of their financial statements too. It's something that is of great benefit to the community, I think. So it was interesting for me to participate on that. I didn't understand from the outside how many people were actually involved in that board. So there's a lot of involvement, and it's a pretty deep reach into the community. I'd encourage anybody that you can think of that would qualify to apply for that.
Awesome, thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Ted, and welcome to the Roundup board. Thank you for serving on it, and Brad Blake as well. So next we will go to CREA. Kirsten, do you want to make a report?
I sure do. Thank you. So there were 2 meetings this month, in this past period. One was the special meeting to decide about the building that was voted to go ahead and do it. It was voted to share the cost equally among all members, as opposed to doing it by size specific, because there's little co-ops and big co-ops. So they're going to do it equally. And the third decision was to go ahead and pursue funding from CFC on that. So that was the special board meeting. In the regular board meeting, we did find out that the building has been purchased, and we're moving in before the end of August, which is super fast in my mind. I do want to point out that there's a new CEO search, and that's going to be going on through the September board meeting. And the other thing I want to point out is the Light Up Navajo update that's part of my report. And again, something that I'm interested in, if it fits into our goals. I would love to see us being able to participate in some of these community programs.
So-
Any questions about the CRA report?
Just quickly, Kirsten, on Light Up Navajo, we are getting on the schedule for 2026. So that is,
Yay.
in motion.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Tim, you got a question?
Yeah. So the real estate purchase is going ahead, it seems, and each of the CREA members has to contribute a share, is my understanding. And you mentioned in your report that there were quite a few that paid in full, which helps with the financing. And I was wondering where LPEA stood with that.
Go ahead, Chris,
Do you want
please.
to take that one? Yeah. So we were given multiple options to pay for the building and the bridge loan. They are receiving financing for the bridge period from CFC. It's very low interest. And so I went with the option that was lowest impact on our cash, which was to pay incrementally. So it's about $3,000. Some of the co-ops decided to pay a lump sum. I'm not sure why they did that, but that's their choice. For us, it made a lot of sense financially to just pay incrementally.
Thanks for answering that.
Yep.
Anything else on CREA? Thanks, Nicole.
Yep, thank you. And now we will turn to David in Western United.
Yeah, no meeting this past month. August will be our next meeting, and I will be there in person in Denver. And so if there's any questions from the report in the package. If
And
not, thank you. Oh, go ahead, Chris.
David, yeah, just quickly, I'm wondering in preparation for that board meeting, would you be able to ask them for tariff impact data?
Yes.
I realize it's a moving target, but it'd be really helpful for us to have some of that from them.
I will, and they have, last meeting they did a good job on what they had gotten from other co-ops as far as what they thought. And just a reminder, they did about 320 million this year in sales, and they were projecting about 285 million next year due to the impact of the tariffs, just slowing down of capital projects in their area. So I'll get an update on that for you, Chris. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
No more questions for David. Then we will move along. Kirsten, it's back to you with the Tri-State report.
Yes, thank you. So, sorry guys, it's like a 20-page report for me, but it's a lot smaller than the board package was. The presentations can be found on the Google Drive. Do want to highlight a couple of things. There's a good summary of the reconciliation bill. If you take a look at the Government Relations Board report, I'd suggest you take a look at that. Also, if you only look at a few things, then the demand response program and that package would be a fabulous thing to look at, because they've really thought through how they build it, what their KPIs are going to be and such. So I think as we start building ours, I think we can frankly steal a lot of information from them. Also, the natural gas prices and power market prices, always fascinating to look at, and especially the out years. And those are guesses. Of course, they're always guesses. And then the last one was the Craig Station and whether it stays open or not, and if the federal government might mandate that and what those implications might be. That was done during executive session. The fact that they're talking about it is no secret. So do take a look at that package if you're interested in what it might look like for Tri-State. Any questions on the Tri-State report?
Take off my director hat or my president hat here for a second. I did look through your DER report because that's of particular interest, and I appreciate putting the context of this as potential KPIs for how we would structure something that is a little bit of an unknown. It doesn't look like the status was all red, so they actually don't have a controllable load yet, that even though they had projection.
Correct. That's all. Yeah. That's all future. We actually won't see numbers in that until maybe next year. I forget. It might. That caveat might be in there, but I don't have it at my fingertips.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Kirsten?
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, that brings us to the end of our report, or our board meeting, at least in terms of all the agendized items. Do we have anything before we go? Looks like Joe has a comment.
Just a question. So the policy committee is meeting Monday, is that correct? Graham?
Yes, we're meeting on the 21st, and I'll get copies of some of the red lines of 105 and 107 out to everyone today.
Okay, because I've got a doctor's appointment that I can't change. It starts at 10, so I might only be on partially, but and I'll be able, you're going to send the red line so we can make comments on it?
Yes, I'll get red lines out to the committee today.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Kohler.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I put a report in there about attending the CFC annual meeting. You can take a look at that. One of the very encouraging things about this is that they did a really, really good job. I think the people that are going to go to the CFC in Vail this summer will get a very rewarding experience. And another very encouraging thing is when I talk to the CFC personnel, they've really been working with Chris and Patrick, and they talked about that quite a bit, trying to figure out what they could do to help out better. I won't go into any more detail on that part, but they asked me my concerns, and my biggest concerns were cash, debt and equity, and capital credits. And I said, man, I just feel like I'm on an island. I'm trying to figure out where we're going. And they informed me that you aren't on an island. There's many co-ops throughout the country that are in the same position. Now, they didn't get in that position from withdrawing from their G&T, but they got into it mainly for getting into broadband. So they're taking on a tremendous amount of debt and new things going on. So I think we're going to see some pretty good tools as well as some big help from CFC on that part. And again, I would thank all of you for sending me there. I wasn't really that excited about going to New York, but I made the best of it. And as soon as I got home, I started getting fraudulent charges on my credit card. So New York City lived up to its thing. Anyway, thank you much. I really appreciate that thing. Well, one other thing I'll tell you is if you go onto your coop.com, you can access CFC's page, and it's hard for me to put in report all these presentations. You just can't do it. But you have access to all the materials there and a lot of videos, and I think they're well worth the time. So thank you.
Hey, thank you, Kohler, and thank you for bringing that back. Go ahead, Brad.
Thank you very much. This week I had a member reach out to me about an upgrade to their service and the high cost that it was going to be to them. And having been involved in the workforce housing projects in the county, really is apparent to me how fragile the workforce is here and people that work here. And I wanted to see if there was a time we could talk about the policy, the upgrade policy that we have people who make upgrades to their existing very old infrastructure, electric infrastructure, and these people reached out for some sort of relief, and I did talk with Chris about it. Had a very straightforward answer that we just don't do that. But I think it's worth talking about because these people that can barely afford to live here, these aren't their second homes. They help subsidize, other things that happen in LPEA, like people's batteries and people's chargers and people's cars. And I think it's worth talking about maybe at some point is there a way that we can extend some sort of relief to them when they're actually just working on upgrading a system that's antiquated and they're putting in a new double wide that they'd like to, live in. Don't know when that happens because I'm new to the process. But I think it's something that we should, as a board, at least consider and talk about.
Thank you for that comment, Brad. It's, I think you'll see when we start talking about rate making how a tangled web it is when we start trying to figure out who is cross subsidizing who all over the system. It's not super clear, but that is an opportunity for us to look at that and make subjective changes to something that is not as clear as you might think before you get involved in it. But I'll also follow up with Chris about that request and make sure there's not a better or a different forum for that debate among the directors.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, is that covered in the line extension policy or is that a staff level policy?
I think that's line extension.
It's the line extension policy.
Line extension, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that it was. And didn't we re-look at that just a year or two ago?
To January of 23 was the last time we adjusted.
So it's something that could go to the Committee of Policies if somebody wants to look at a revision of that. Is that correct?
Got some other reasons to crack open the line extension policy as well that may be coming to you as well.
Another reason? So you're saying that there's a staff initiated request to look at something there. So again, Brad, I'm just trying to give you a sense of the process and that would be something that the secretary would take up in committee of policies, and we could look at that at some point. Sounds like. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Go ahead, Kirsten.
Yeah, I think it's in our policy that we approved last month about director responsibilities that we review the line extension policy. I think it's one of the ones that's actually called out annually.
Yeah, I remember that as well, at least some level of review.
Right.
Okay, so it looks like you hit on something there, Brad. Any other comments before I close the meeting down? Go ahead, Kohler.
Yeah, just a real quick one. I found it really hard to follow everything with our board docket today. So I would ask everybody, when you're talking about a report or something else, if you could give us the page and the document, it would be really helpful. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kohler. Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, just kudos to Nicole. I based on my previous experience, I know it can be frustrating, and we went about an hour over, and honestly, that's a great performance. So thank you for your leadership today.
Thanks. Thank you all.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole.
Okay. Should leave it on that one. Unless someone else has something they want to something nice they want to say about me. Okay, thank you all so much.
All right.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
We'll move to adjourn.